A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, Tuesday, January 3rd, marks the end of the holidays, and teachers and pupils all over the country return to their various halls of learning. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, was discussing her vacation with her landlady at breakfast last Tuesday.
I think vacations are necessary sometimes, Connie. But now I suppose you're looking forward to returning to dear old Madison High with considerable enthusiasm.
Yes, indeed, Mrs. Davis. With all the enthusiasm of a sailor returning to his dear old submarine after a 2-week vacation on Bally.
You'll get back into the swing in no time, Connie. Is Walter Denton picking you up this morning?
Yes, he is, and I hope he's on time. Our beloved principal is designated today as Board of Education Day.
Oh. What sort of ceremony is Mr. Conklin planning?
Well, Mr. Stone, the head of the board, will be there for his annual oiling. And Mr. Conklin will have the whole school lined up on the campus. Some of the students will even march past Mr. Stone carrying the flag.
Well, it can't do any harm, Connie. The board might decide to get you teachers a raise in the coming year.
I hope so. Then maybe next year we'll be strong enough to carry the flag. I'll get it. Be right there.
I'll take the dishes into the kitchen.
All right, Mrs. Davis, and thanks for breakfast. Good morning, Walter.
It's more than that, Miss Brooks. This is the morning when the glorious gates of learning swing open anew. When the tantalizing aroma of chalk and pencil shavings beckons us all, teachers and pupils alike, to join hands and amidst the clanging of bells, come gaily skipping back to the black hole of Calcutta.
Why, Walter, I didn't know you had it in you, and I wish you'd put it back. You did have a nice vacation, didn't you?
Oh, sure I did, Miss Brooks. That is, up to last night. And then I was practically ruined by Mr. Conklin. He ordered me to write an editorial for the Madison Monitor on what the Board of Education means to me.
Did you write it?
Well, sure I did. And you know what a tyrant old Marblehead can be when it... Mr. Conklin can be when you cross him. But as a believer in freedom of the press, I really gave that Board of Education both barrels.
Walter, this is a new year. Don't you think one barrel would have been enough?
Well, giving us Monday off after New Year's Day and then making us go to school Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is downright sadistic.
Well, it's better than not having Monday off, isn't it?
Well, sure, but it's not as good as having the rest of the week off, too.
I'm with you there, Walter. It would also be nice if they gave us February and March off. But that isn't the way the board works.
Sometimes I doubt if they work at all. But it's all in this editorial, Miss Brooks. Here, I told Mr. Conklin you'd proofread it and bring it into his office this morning.
Me?
Well, sure. Hey, you're faculty advisor to the school paper, aren't you? Don't be nervous about handing it to him, Miss Brooks. Just toss it on his desk.
I can only do that if you'll agree to do something for me.
Oh, what's that, Miss Brooks?
Notify my next of kin. Look, Walter, Mr. Conklin wants to start the year off with a spirit of cooperation. You'd better destroy this literary Frankenstein.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Miss Brooks. But I'll think it over on the way to school and maybe amend some of my statements.
Fine. Now, I'll just slip on my coat and we can get going.
Oh, swell. My pal Stretch is waiting out in the car and he's pretty brought down.
Stretch Snodgrass? What's the matter with him?
Oh, you know what a great athlete Stretch is. He can pick up any sport in a second. But he can't seem to absorb much with his brain. He's afraid that during the holidays he forgot everything he learned all term. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. The alphabet.
Go ahead, Stretch. Tell Miss Brooks what's bothering you. She might be able to help you out.
I'll certainly try, Stretch. What's your immediate problem?
Everything.
Good. As long as you've got it localized, I can help you.
Well, I need everything at school, Miss Brooks. You see, I just got to stay eligible for basketball. Mr. Boynton says I got to take a biology test pretty soon. And I forgot so much during our vacation, I'm afraid I'm just not no good at no biology no more.
Fred, it is incorrect to use a double negative in the sentence. You just used 4 of them.
Oh. And what I said was okay, huh? Gee, I'm so glad I didn't forget none of my English like I forgot about my animals in biology. Gosh. I used to know my animals like I know my ABCs.
I was right about the alphabet.
Yeah, I guess you were. Oh, go on, Fred. Tell Miss Brooks some more about the test.
Well, I think it's going to be mostly about birds and monkeys and stuff like that there.
What were?
I got to know the names of the different kind of baboons, which I used to know real good, but I forgot.
Well, don't worry about it, Fred. If you want me to, I'll meet you after school and review your lessons with you.
Oh, that'd be keen, Miss Brooks. Gosh, I'll bet even the baboons know the names of all the other baboons.
Well, don't worry about that either. If you just concentrate and spend the next couple of years studying, you'll be as smart as any other baboon.
I've summoned you to my office, Miss Brooks, to inform you of the fact that at 1 o'clock Mr. Stone is due to arrive. So promptly at 12:55, the students and faculty will line up outside between the old cannon and the flagpole.
Yes, sir.
Then I will greet Mr. Stone and read aloud the editorial which is to appear in the next issue of the Madison Monitor.
Oh, the editorial.
I am not finished, Miss Brooks. The editorial is called What the Board of Education Means to Me, and was written by Walter Denton. Now, as you know, I am not overly fond of young Denton, but as my daughter Harriet pointed out to me, he does get off some good editorial.
He gets off some tips. But, Mr. Conklin, I don't...
You said you'd deliver this one to me after proofreading it, Miss Brooks. May I have it, please?
Have it, please? But, Mr. Conklin, I haven't got it, and neither has Walter. He told me he lost it on the way to school today.
Lost it? That's out of the question. He's just trying to delay.
Mr. Conklin, if you're going to use an editorial as a welcoming speech, you should write it yourself.
Me?
Of course, you're a master of the editorial form. Why, even your interclass communications are sheer poetry.
They are?
Certainly they are. You sit right down at your desk, Mr. Conklin, and start creating.
Well, I do have a way with words, I suppose, yes. But I'll draft a speech this morning and send it to you at lunchtime, Miss Brooks, for proofreading. Not that you'll find any grammatical errors.
Oh, of course not.
But correct every one you find. One more thing before you go. I'd like some exciting conclusion to the ceremonies I've planned on the campus. Something that would really wind it up in a spectacular manner. Any suggestions, Miss Brooks?
Well, you say we're lining up between the cannon and the flagpole?
That is correct.
Then I think I've got just the idea for you, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what is it, Miss Brooks?
Let's shoot Walter Denton out of the cannon. What the Board of Education means to me. But when the epic didn't arrive at noon, I decided to expose myself to a luncheon invitation from Mr. Boynton and hurried toward the biology laboratory. Just a few doors from my goal, I was intercepted by Madison's athletic giant and mental midget, Stretch Snodgrass.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but could I see you for a minute?
I suppose so, Stretch. What's on your... What's new?
Mr. Conklin appointed me messenger of the day. That means I'm supposed to deliver messages.
Thanks. What did you want to see me about?
Mr. Conklin told me to deliver his Board of Education speech to you during the lunch period. That's why I stopped you just now.
Why?
I ain't got it.
I haven't got it.
Oh, I know you ain't got it. Well, I'm supposed to give it to you.
Well, why ain't you got it?
You ain't give it to me yet.
One of us is getting nowhere in my English class. Now, if you'll excuse me, Stretch.
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks.
Just leave the speech in Mr. Boynton's lab as soon as Mr. Conklin gives it to you. I've been anticipating this luncheon date for some time.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'm sorry I held you up.
That's all right.
I didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
It's all right, Stretch.
I didn't know you were anticipating.
So long, Stretch.
Come in. Well, Miss Brooks, I'll be with you in just a minute. Been trying to correct this biology test paper. It's an essay.
Oh?
I can hardly make out the names. The writing is so illegible. Let's see. Could it be Snodgrass?
What's the title of the essay?
A man's best friend is his animals.
It's Snodgrass, all right.
Listen to this. Lovebirds is very nice pet as they don't never bother nobody hardly, but is all the time busy making love. Isn't that terrible?
You can't knock it to me. Yes, it is pretty bad.
Here's another paragraph. Baboons is pretty big, and the mandrill is the biggest baboon of all. They make very nice pets as they don't never bother nobody hardly, but is all the time busy making love.
You ought to change the title to An Animal's Best Friend is His Animals. You can finish that later, Mr. Boynton. Let's go to lunch, huh?
Very well, Miss Brooks. Yeah, I hope we run into Walter Denton in the cafeteria. These papers must have fallen out of his briefcase this morning. I'd like to return them. Seems to be an editorial for the school paper.
Oh, let's see that. What the Board of Education Means to Me by Walter Denton. I'm glad I discovered this in time. As faculty advisor to the paper, Mr. Conklin would hold me responsible for the most embarrassing incident that ever happened in Madison.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks? What's in the editorial?
Just a pint or two of Walter's spleen. It's a blast at the board, which I'm going to tear up right now.
Yeah, Miss Brooks, just a minute. Look what you've done. You've torn up Stretch's essay along with the other one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. What were you planning to do with it? Send it to the Congressional Library? Such deathless prose. Baboons don't never bother nobody hardly, but is all the time busy making love. What am I laughing at? It should happen to both of us.
Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I guess they went to lunch. Well, I'll just leave Mr. Conklin's speech in his desk.
Hi, Stretch. I've heard about the ceremonies we're going to have.
Yeah, Walter. Mr. Stone's coming down, and we all got to line up and greet him.
And boy, is he going to get a greeting. I'm cooking some powder down in the chem lab that I'm going to put in back of the old cannon. And when Mr. Stone gets here, we'll give him a salute that'll hear till he's 90.
God, do you think Mr. Conklin will like that?
He doesn't know about it yet. But what's this on the desk here? Oh, what the Board of Education means to me. Say, I thought I lost this editorial while I was in here this morning.
What editorial?
This one. Gee, I'm glad I found it. Miss Brooks was right. This could get me in a lot of trouble.
But, Walter,
this thing is dynamite. I'm going to tear it up right now.
But you shouldn't. There's something I got to tell you.
In a minute. Now, what is it, Stretch?
That wasn't your editorial. You just tore up.
It wasn't?
No. It was a speech that Mr. Conklin's been sweating out all morning.
Huh?
Yeah. He told me to give it to Miss Brooks. But don't worry, Walter. I'm very good at jigsaw puzzles. I'll just pick the pieces out of the wastebasket and paste them together again.
Oh, God. Yeah, I better help you. Oh, but the chem lab. I got powder cooking.
You better get back there, Walter. This will be easy for me to do honest. You go on back and make some real good explosives. It'll liven the place up a bit.
I guess I better, Stretch. But whatever you do, get that speech pasted together fast.
Okay, pal. Let's see. There's more papers in this basket than I thought. Well, here's one piece that fits to another. Oh, no, it don't either. Well, it almost fits. Oh, it'll be good enough.
Walter Denton.
Oh, yes, Miss Brooks. I haven't seen Stretch anywhere. I've looked all over the grounds for him. Walter, what are you doing with that cannon?
Cannon? Oh, I'm just polishing it, Miss Brooks. I want everything to look spick and span when Mr. Stone gets here.
Well, he better not get here until Stretch shows up with Mr. Conklin's speech. I don't know what they'll do with
There you are, Miss Brooks. Have you finished checking my speech?
Not really, Mr. Conklin.
What do you mean, not really?
I haven't begun. That is, I haven't begun to enjoy anything as much as I did that speech of yours. Stretch is carrying it for me.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but here's the speech. It's right in this folder.
Nice timing, Stretch. See, Mr. Conklin, here's your speech.
Oh, not a minute too soon. I think this is Mr. Stone's car driving up now. Attention, everyone. Straighten out those lines. That's right. Now, Miss Brooks, you stand on my left. I'll stand here by the cannon.
Get a little closer to the cannon, Mr. Conklin. We're standing together.
Quiet, Denton. Now remember, when Mr. Stone steps out of the car, I'll count 3 and we'll all salute him.
I certainly will.
Ready now? 1, 2...
Whoa! What in the world did you put in that cannon? Oh, it's just sort of a giant firecracker, Miss Brooks. Hadn't it, Jean?
Would somebody please help me up?
Oh, of course, Mr. Conklin. There you are, sir. Everything all right? There's no reason to be embarrassed. That wasn't Mr. Stone's car.
How?
I said that wasn't Mr. Stone's car.
Don't stand there flapping your lips. Say something.
He can't hear a word you're saying. He was standing so close to the cannon, it must have plugged up his ears. Oh, no. This is terrible, Walter.
What's that? What did you say?
We went into his office. He seemed stunned.
This is James. Come on, gang. 3 cheers for Mr. Conklin.
Yay, Mr. Conklin! Yay, Mr. Conklin! Yay, Mr. Conklin!
What's going on here? Why is everyone so quiet?
Poor Mr. Conklin.
Oh, golly, Miss Brooks. You don't think Daddy's hearing will be permanently impaired, do you?
Of course not, Harriet. This is just a temporary condition. Shall I say come in, Mr. Conklin?
Yes? What's that? What?
Come in.
Hi, Miss Brooks. How's Mr. Conklin's hearing?
Very bad, Walter.
Good. We're going to shoot off the cannon again. But, Walter...
That was Denton, wasn't it? Did he have anything to do with that explosion by the cannon?
Oh, I'm sure he didn't, Daddy. I say I'm sure he didn't, Daddy.
That's right, Mr. Conklin. It just exploded. I say it just exploded.
It certainly is corroded. I don't understand what happened. That cannon hasn't been touched since the Spanish-American War. It's absolutely useless.
What do you mean useless? We won, didn't we?
You're right. It is unusual for Mr. Stone to be so late. He's quite a busy man, though.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, do you think Daddy's hearing is getting any better at all?
Come in.
Improving by leaps and bounds. Harriet, please go out and tell Walter to stop that racket at once.
How to, Miss Brooks? But you'll see with Daddy, won't you?
Certainly, and don't worry about him, Harriet. He's not in any pain.
All right, Miss Brooks. See you later, Daddy.
Miss Brooks, when Mr. Stone does get here, I don't want him to think there's anything wrong with my hearing or anything else. If he suspected that a cannon had exploded on school property, he'd go back to the board in a tizzy.
I understand, Mr. Conklin, and in view of your condition, I think it might be a good idea if I were to read your speech to him.
In view of my condition, it might be a good idea if you were to read my speech to him.
Quite an echo in here.
Now, remember to read the speech slowly, Miss Brooks, and when I see your lips stop moving, I'll make some appropriate comment from time to time.
Come in. Well, it's Mr. Stone.
How do you do, Miss Brooks?
Sorry I'm late, Osgood. It was unavoidable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stone, and a Happy New Year to you, too.
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Conklin's a little confused, Mr. Stone. It isn't every day that so distinguished a visitor honors our institution with a visit.
Well, that's very gracious, Miss Brooks.
The speech, Miss Brooks, the speech.
Yes, sir. However, Mr. Conklin has prepared a little speech, which I will read to you now.
You? But why don't you read it yourself, Osgood?
You see, Mr. Stone, he's so choked with emotion, he's speechless. However, I have it right here. Nice taste job. It's entitled, What the Board of Education Means to Me by Osgood Conklin. It reads, few people realize the magnificent efficiency with which our Board of Education functions. This august body is composed of a group of able members, and these baboons grow to a height of 4 feet.
What? Every word of this comes from the bottom of my heart. Read on, Miss Brooks.
I don't know whether I should, Miss...
I insist that you do.
Oh, well. The members of the Board of Education make very nice pets, as they don't never bother nobody, but is all the time busy making love.
What is the meaning of this? Right from the bottom of my heart. Now, see here, Conklin. If this is some sort of a joke, I don't like it. Not one bit. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Stone. Hand me that last page, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Conklin, I wouldn't suggest that...
Give it here. To sum up, I would like to read what I have written in this last paragraph. To wit, having observed Mr. Stone's educational methods, I am convinced that his outstanding talent is his ability to eat bananas while hanging by his tail. Believe me, Mr. Stone, these sentiments are dictated by a... Eat bananas while hanging by his tail! The man is obviously taken leave of his senses.
But, sir, if you let me...
And when they return, this matter will be thoroughly investigated. Good day, Miss Brooks. Miss Brooks, this speech. This isn't the speech I wrote.
I know it now, Mr. Conklin, but I didn't...
I hold you responsible for this entire fiasco. And believe me, Miss Brooks, you have no idea how severe your punishment is going to be.
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Out to get some bananas. There's nothing like hanging by your tail from a flagpole to whip up an appetite.
Now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, even after he'd read a written confession from Walter and Fred, Mr. Conklin still blamed me for the day's misadventures. Accordingly, he ordered me to write a brand new speech for him that same afternoon. I wouldn't have minded that so much, but it meant breaking one of my rare dates with Mr. Boynton. I was complaining about it as we walked down the hall after school.
Oh, it does sound unfair, Miss Brooks, but after all, Mr. Conklin's the boss. What can you do about it?
Well, I could go into his office and tell him off, I suppose. But that wouldn't do any good either. He can't hear a word. Wait a minute. Maybe these are the ideal conditions. A chance to say all the things I've ever wanted to say to Mr. Conklin right to his face.
Well, do you think that's wise, Miss Brooks?
I don't know how wise it is, but it'll certainly do my little heart good.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks. I've got to take this aspirin to Daddy.
Well, let me take it, Harriet. There's something I'd like to say to him.
He's still pretty upset, Miss Brooks. Maybe I'd better see him alone first.
All right, Harriet.
Here's your aspirin, Daddy, and a glass of water. See? Water. Drink.
Stop gibbering, girl. I can hear you distinctly.
Sit down.
Yes, it happened just a moment ago. My head cleared and my hearing is perfectly normal.
How wonderful. Oh, Daddy, Miss Brooks is waiting to see you. May I send her in?
Very well.
Daddy, we'll see you now, Miss Brooks.
Oh, goody.
See you tomorrow.
All right, Harriet.
Well, Miss Brooks?
I just wanted to talk to you about my having to stay in this afternoon, you inconsiderate, maladjusted, subhuman tyrant.
What?
I've got some things to tell you that I've been saving up for years, and it's going to be a great pleasure to coo them into your dainty, plugged-up ears.
Eh? How does that go again?
Of all the puffed-up, overstuffed, pompous windbags I've ever met, you take the marble cake, Marblehead. can try to talk some sense into that adrogated, mule-brained little head of yours, I'll do the work this afternoon. Does that make you happy, you beady-eyed, beetle-browed old buzzard?
Yes, Miss Brooks. That makes me very happy.
Good. And I just want to say, boing! You can hear.
Yes. From the moment you entered this office, you'll be pleased to know that this overstuffed windbag has absorbed your every word. You realize, of course, Miss Brooks, that any chastisement you have suffered in the past is mere child's play compared with what's in store for you now?
How?
I will not only see to it that our local Board of Education receives
Must be contagious. Can't seem to hear a single word you're saying. It's over 3 hours ago that the cannon went off. Here I am suddenly taking stone up. Well, I guess there's no sense in worrying about it. I'll just relax and work.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute. Well, I start off with a bang, boy. If I ever learn to read, I'm a failure in this business, too. Until we start over again, or just put a black band on our arm and continue.
What's new, Red? Huh? I say, what's new?
Huh? Now, look, don't call me Richard from now on, will you? I don't want to go to Washington.
Well, Red, seriously, you sure been a busy man this past week. Richard. All right. Well, Richard, you sure been a busy man this past week, doing command performance for the Army, attending the Postmasters and Oil Drillers Convention and the Press Photographers Ball.
Yeah, the Press Photographers had a costume ball.
Mm-hmm. Costume party?
Yeah.
What'd you go as?
I went as a Russian delegate and spent the whole night walking out. I went around vetoing everything. Finally, I had one of their drinks and it vetoed me.
Well, now let's take each show in order. Last Tuesday after our show, you did the Christmas show for Command Performance. What's that?
Well, Command Performance, you see, I do a show for the War Department, and they send the record overseas to a camp, see, and then that camp sends it to another camp, and then that camp sends it to another camp. Finally, it gets to some little camp, and they got no place to send it to, so they got to listen.
Oh, you're too modest, Red. You're one of the top comedians in show business. Everything you do makes me laugh.
Well, thanks, Rod. Did you get your check this week?
Yeah, that made me laugh, too.
Wait a minute. Boy, he'll pencil them in.
Well, what did you do Wednesday night?
Wednesday night? Well, just a minute, I'll tell you. Oh, Wednesday, I entertained the Oil Drillers Convention at Long Beach Auditorium.
Oil drillers, huh?
Yeah.
Crude?
Oh, a couple of them ate with their knives, yeah.
Say, that must be an exciting profession.
Yeah,
drilling
you know how they do it?
How?
Well, they bore a hole in the ground, see, and then they light a match over the hole. If it blows up, you had a well.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer tasting yet milder smoking Raleigh 903.
Yes, Raleigh 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Raleigh 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Smokers follow the lead of Maria Montez, starring in Atlantis, a Seymour and Evansall production released through United Artists. Miss Montez says, quote, I chose the new 903 Raleigh every time because it's moisturized. It tastes better and it's milder smoking, unquote. So, friends, why not take this tip from Miss Montez? Smoke Raleigh 903, moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
And here's our beautiful Anita Ellis, and what are you going to sing tonight?
Ballerina.
I couldn't pronounce it, that's why I asked.
Dance, ballerina, dance, and do your pirouette in rhythm with your aching heart. Dance, ballerina, dance. You mustn't once forget a dancer has to dance the part. Twirl, ballerina, twirl, and just ignore the chair that's empty in the second row. This is your moment, girl, although he's not out there applauding as you steal the show. Once you said his love must wait its turn, you wanted fame instead. I guess that's your concern. We live and learn, and love is gone, ballerina's gone. On with your career, you can't afford a backward glance. Dance on and on and on. 1,000 people here have come to see the show. As round and round you go, so ballerina dance. Dance, dance, dance on.
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, Volume 3. Ah, shut up. Boy, no matter what he's supposed to play, it's chopsticks every time. Tonight we present another nighttime serial entitled
The Haircut.
Well, here I am. I'm always chasing rainbows. I'll chase anything that's got a curve in it, boy. Yes, dear boy, this is a great day to be alive. Of course, that's my hard luck again, you know. Well, here's Granucci's barber shop here. I think I'll get my hair cut. My ma had to buy me back from the dog catcher 3 times this week. Boy, look at all the stripes on that pole there. Boy, it looks like the top sergeant gone nuts on it. I'll just go in and get a trim, have it shortened so I won't be tripping over it all the time.
Howdy.
Howdy doody to you, too.
What were you doing so long out in front of the shop just now?
Well, I was trying to finish that peppermint stick out there.
That's barber pole. Are you really that stupid?
Oh, I'm holding back a little. That ain't what it says, but it'll have to do. Look, how much do you charge for a haircut?
You charge $1.25.
What does that include?
Both heads.
Say, ain't you the fella that cut my hair the last time?
No, he was shot in the Civil War.
I think you hadn't loused me up. You got the best of it. $1.25. Say, that's kind of high, you know. Maybe I better go back to cutting it myself. I used to cut my hair all the time, you know. Of course, then my lawnmower broke down on me. Look, I'll bring you a lot of business. I'll spread it around to my friends, both of them, you know. So, how about giving me a flat rate?
My price has nothing to do with the shape of your head.
Well, brother, this will never happen again.
Still $1.25. After all, I've got to live, you know.
Oh, maybe you're just greedy. I get along without it, you know. Say, how about cutting my hair and if I don't pay you in 30 days, you can just keep my hair.
What? What? You mean?
Get it out. Frost warnings are coming on. What good would my hair do you? What good would my hair do you? Yeah, what good would my hair? Oh, I don't know. You can't find any better chicken wire, you know. What do you say?
Look, cornpawn, I'm busy. Come on, now get out of here.
Here, don't shove me. Here. Now, how do you like that? You slam the door in my face. I'll go to the police. I'll go to the mayor. I'll go to Congress. I'll go home as soon as I get my nose out of the door.
Does Clem get a haircut, or does the dog catcher nab him again? Listen next week when we present Chapter 2 of The Haircut.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritant. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer-tasting, yet milder smoking Raleigh 903.
Yes, Raleigh 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Raleigh 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Get the new Raleigh 903. You'll see the number 903 on the package. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritant. So, friends, smoke the new, richer tasting, yet milder Raleigh 903.
And now Dave Rose and his orchestra will cloud up and play Stormy Weather. Chapter 19 of the Skelton scrapbook was written by Edna Skelton Brzady. It's entitled The Old Schoolhouse.
Oh, my, there's a police car out front. I wonder what's wrong in the neighborhood. Good heavens, they have Junior.
Does this little boy live here, madam?
Yes. Junior, are you all right? What's happened?
Well, it looked like I hit the jackpot this time, boy. Hey, Nemo, will you pay me bail? I ain't got no money, I ain't.
Junior, what's your grammar? I haven't any money.
What?
I haven't any money.
You look like you had to lock me up. We both broke.
Officer, what happened?
Oh, it's not as bad as it looks, lady. On the way home, he told me his story, and it makes sense. So I think I'd hear him out.
I knew they were going to follow us. There they come now. Look, the head of the school board and the kindergarten teacher. They'll give you the details. I'll just keep them out.
Madam, I'm Mr. Pasday of the school board. Are you this boy's mother?
No, she's my grandma, you know. My mommy went down to see me pop. She's trying to explain to him it wasn't BT's the night I was born. It was me.
Now, look. Will someone please explain what this is all about?
Well, this child, and I use the word loosely, was the cause of every student in the school picking up their books and going home.
Oh, dear. Won't you come in?
Please say you won't.
Please sit down and make yourself at home.
Thank you.
Can I get you a hot foot or something?
Junior! Now, won't you sit down, Mr. Pasday?
Thanks. I prefer to stay.
Well, I think I'm going to sit down while I got a chance. I got a feeling I won't be able to sit down for a long time.
Junior, stand up.
Sir?
Now, what happened? I want your side of the story first.
Yes?
Now, go ahead.
You called me a gourd head.
But
You called me a gourd head.
I did not.
You said you called me a gourd head.
I did not. I said go ahead.
You called... Oh, I thought you called me a gourd head. Well, I tell you, it was like this. This morning I poked my widow head out the window, and there was a big crash.
A big crash?
I forgot the window was closed. Well, anyway, I looked outside, and I saw all the widow kids going to school. There was Jack Berry, Widow Dickie Orland, and the juvenile jury crowd. And when I see them kids, I said to myself, I'm going to go to school, too. So I grabbed some books, and I decided to go with them.
Well, let's see what books you have under your arm.
Yes.
How to Pick Winning Horses by Shirtless Sam. How to Mix Drinks. Junior, I've told you 1,000,000 times to stay away from your father's library.
Well, I didn't touch his books. I only got the ones that he borrowed from you.
Go on, continue with your story.
Well, when I got there, Grandma, when I was old enough to start the school, I sure hope the city hall and the parks are paid for, boy, because this town really needs a new school. That place is a fire trap.
Fire trap? I resent that. We have the finest schools in the country.
Well, what country are you thinking of? Hiroshima? Well, that school is in such bad shape, and it's so old that the termites bring their lunch with them every day.
Junior, never mind your opinion. Just tell me what happened.
Well, when I got to the door, there was a teacher standing there, and she said I was too young to start the school, see? But I wanted to go to school, so I sneak around to the side of the building, and I slide down the coal chute, and I fall right in front of the janitor.
What did he do?
Nothing. I fell on one knee and said, Mammy, he thought I was Al Jolson. Well, then I walk out in the hall, and I found a room filled with little kids, you know, the kindergarten. They was a... Hey, Nemo, why does it have the kindergartens in the basement?
I don't know, dear. I've never given it much thought.
Oh, I can explain that. It's good psychology. A child can learn in education, as in life, that they must start at the bottom.
Oh?
That's why the kindergarten's in the basement and the 6th grade is on the top floor.
Yeah? Well, yeah. I got news for you, kiddo. You'd better get a new building or that 6th grade is going to wind up in the kindergarten.
I can see why this boy is a little troublemaker and why he has no manners. He's allowed to talk back to his elders.
In this house, sir, we believe in free speech. We hear the speaker out, and then we discuss the rights and wrongs of his views.
Yes.
Now, let's get to the bottom of this, Junior.
Why? So you can get to the bottom of me?
Junior!
Well, I tell you. Anyhow, I went up the stairs. I walked up the stairs in the school, and I came to a great big classroom, and there was somebody standing there teaching mathematics, you know.
Teaching what?
Mathematics. 2 times 2.
You mean mathematics.
I said mathematics, didn't I? Well, anyhow, the teacher had a picture of a cow on the blackboard, and he said, now, if I cut it in 2, I will have half. If I cut it again, I will have 8. And if I cut it again, I will have 16. Now, if I cut it again, what will I have? Boy, you should have heard them little kids laugh at me, Angela.
Oh, no. What did you say?
I said, you cut it again, boy, you're going to have milk. What would you say I had done anything so far to get me a whipping?
Well, not exactly.
And I think I'll quit while I'm ahead.
Yes, but what happened after you ran out of the room?
Well, I went out of the room, and there was a great big statue, a man sitting in a chair holding his lapel, see? And I said to him, hello. And he said to me, hello.
Oh, no. Now, let's not dream it up.
No, I'm not. He really talked to me. I crawled up in his lap, and I talked to him for about 10 minutes, I did. He said to me, he said, do you think you would like going to school? And I said, yes, because I want to learn to be a good citizen. See? I want to be a good citizen like you, Grandma, I said. And he actually talked to me, honestly did. He said to me,
what's your name?
Well, my name's usually Mud, but you can call me Junior if you want to.
Well, Junior, you say you want to be a good citizen.
Yes.
Aren't you?
I guess not. I never voted. I'm a diaper delinquent, I am.
Well, you are a little young to vote.
Yeah?
What makes you feel you're a delinquent?
My grandma's hairbrush, mostly.
Hairbrush?
Yeah.
In my day, parents didn't use hairbrushes to punish their children.
Oh?
They used razor straps.
Razor straps? No wonder the kids were so sharp in those days.
Now tell me, why are you called a delinquent?
Well, I just so clumsy. I break everything, and I get on people's nerves asking a lot of questions that they can't answer. Everybody says I is the nosiest kid in the town. Oh, I get them so perturbed, I do, you know. And I only ask questions so I'll be a better citizen, you know.
Well, son, just because you're too young to find pleasure in serious discussion, and you can't understand the problems of the world, that doesn't necessarily make you a bad boy. But you don't have to be big to be a citizen. As a boy, you're a citizen, too. When you're your grandmother's age, you'll be an adult citizen. But meantime, try and be a good boy citizen. Live a boy's life. Realize the value of honor and truth. Know in your heart that your neighbor is here to serve a purpose, too. Keep peace with the boys around you. Learn the joy and understanding, loyalty and simplicity. And above all, be a boy-like servant to God and to your country.
Say, you know, I like you. I didn't catch your name, or did you throw it?
It's Lincoln, son.
Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln.
Well, could I ask you something, Mr. Lincoln? Now, you've been here a long time, see? Do you like sitting in this old schoolhouse?
Well, this school is far better than the school I went to when I was your age. But then, it still isn't good enough. Somehow, it doesn't fit in with the progress of our country. I sit here year after year and watch new children go by me. They look at the dull walls and the old desks, and soon I hear them say, let's not go to school. Let's play hooky. And I keep thinking that if only the people would do something about furnishing new schools in bright colors, surround our youth with some of the beauty that our books tell them about. Let them know that our efforts have been good, that we're counting on their future for perfection. I'm sure our children would understand. And then schools would be as popular as the ice cream parlor.
You said it, Mr. Lincoln. Boy, this place here is like a San Quentin with books, you know. Look, I think I better get myself down to the kindergarten class now. Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln. I won't be forgetting you.
That's very kind, son. A lot of Americans have. Goodbye.
I've never heard of such an imagination all my life. That statue of Abraham Lincoln was in the school when I went there and never talked to me.
Well, Abe is pretty particular who he speaks to.
That boy's just evading the issue. He's afraid to tell you what he did to my class.
Now, just be patient and he'll get around.
Yeah, he'll get around to it. Now, after I left Honest Abe, I walked into old Beetlepuss's class.
Well, Junior, she does not have a Beetlepuss.
Oh?
Now, say you're sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't have the Beetlepuss. I mean, I'm sorry for what I just said, and I'm sorry for what I'm going to say. But anyway, I walked into her class, and there was all the little kids. They were stringing beads, and they was weaving paper strings together, you know. I thought I was on an Indian reservation, you know. Well, anyhow, they all looked so bored they had that drop-dead feeling about it, you know. So I walked in and broke it up.
All right, now tell her what you did.
I said, howdy, fellas. Any of you kids know anything about model airplanes? Well, the way they swarmed around me, you'd think I was the queen bee of the hive, you would.
When I tried to reassemble the class, this little urchin yelled, "Take 5, sister! Out of here!"
Yes, I did. And then all of us kids got talking about building things. And how dangerous old buildings were, and how a little short circuit could be caused. Mice and little mice, you know, nibbling on the wires. It could set fire to the place, and then we talked about how quick an old building could burn down.
Oh, what's wrong, Junior?
If we scared ourselves.
Poor baby.
Yeah, poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Don't cry, Junior, don't cry.
You mean you're not mad at me for marching all the little kids out of the school singing Yankee Doodle?
No, I'm not, Junior.
Oh?
I'm beginning to realize it's not the children at fault these days.
No.
It's we adults who are being hoodwinked by tradition. We feel because we went to a certain type of school, our children should too. And all the time we're overlooking the danger of old fire traps.
Miss Tuttle, believe me, the school board will hear about this.
And so will the PTA. This pushing the teachers around and surrounding our children with the leftovers of the tax money is going to stop.
And how do you think you're going to be able to solve the situation?
Well, kiddo, open up your ears and I'll tell you. All of us little kids are going to tell our parents that they can do it with a little 4-letter word that maybe they forgot about. VOTE.
Yes, by voting for it.
Yeah.
If you'll excuse me, I've got to go to the library and study up on model airplanes.
Good for you. Good for
Splendid idea. And if you'll excuse me, I've got to go to a council meeting and discuss improving our school. Oh, and Junior.
Yeah?
Maybe that statue did talk to me, only I didn't pay any attention.
He's talking to a lot of people that don't pay attention, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Well, now, you excuse me. I'm going down to the candy kitchen.
Just a minute. Why do you have to go to the candy
Well,
kitchen?
us kindergarten kids are having a victory celebration. I'm the president, you know.
Well, it's almost lunchtime. You're not going anywhere.
But I'm the president.
Yes, and I just vetoed you.
Now, look, Gromiko. I said I was heading for the candy kitchen.
Don't you sass me, young man.
No. Boy, you can tell you from the old school, Grandma. You got that old message. Start at the bottom, you know.
Remember, we'll all be with you again next Tuesday at the same time. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And remember, there are very few juvenile delinquents. Stop paying the teachers peanuts, and the children will stop acting like monkeys.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, flavored with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who know and appreciate quality pipe smoking. Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Rawley's invites you to other good listening throughout the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. During this critical period in world affairs, President Truman asks all Americans to cooperate in the food conservation program in order to aid Europe's attempt at reconstruction. Our failure to help may endanger our own security, prosperity, and peace.
May we take this opportunity to say happy birthday to Fanny Bryce on her 43 years in show business.
Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer and is brought to you by the makers of Raleigh cigarettes.
And Columbia.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, will you come over here, please? Will you listen to me? What are you writing on that pad?
Hey, Abbott.
What are you writing on that pad?
I'm just making out a list of girls I'm going to kiss next week. Here's who I got picked out. Lizzie Schwartz, Maggie Mugglemeyer, Tessie Tinfoil, Lana Turner.
Now, wait a minute. No. Lana Turner wouldn't kiss you.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Then I'll scratch her off my list.
I love you. You got me always thinking of girls. Girls, girls, girls. Great men don't waste their time on girls. Where do you suppose Benjamin Franklin would have been if he'd have thought of girls all of the time?
In the front row at Earl Carroll's?
No. Costello, I've been telling you for the past 3 weeks. You've got to quit chasing girls and get yourself a job. Look how sloppy you are. Look at your socks.
I can't help my socks, Abbott. It's those new Hickok plastic garters.
What's the matter with them?
Your socks stay up, but your legs fall down.
Yeah.
Lou Costello.
Yeah, boy.
Out of the way, Fatso. I'm looking for Lou Costello.
Boy, he is Lou Costello.
The famous Lou Costello. The one and only Lou Costello.
Yes.
That's me. Gee, I listen to you on the radio every Thursday night. You break me up when you say, how do you do? Wait a minute. That ain't me. That's the Mad Russian. You're saying? Who's going to take your telegram?
I'll take it.
It's correct. $14.
He'll take it. Don't give it to me. Here, boy. Hey, Costello, this telegram is from Joe DiMaggio. Listen to this. Dear Lou, as you know, I am recovering from a foot operation. I would appreciate you taking my place. Appreciate you taking my place on New York Yankees until I recover. Please report to the Yankee Stadium immediately. Signed, Joe DiMaggio.
Abbott.
Hey, that's what news.
That's the news I've been waiting for. I'm going to be a big league ball player.
Yes.
DiMaggio probably heard about my playing with the Cucamonga Wildcats last year.
You a ball player? I don't believe it, Costello. You know nothing about ball.
Oh, no, I eat baseball. I live baseball. All night when I'm asleep, I dream about baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and Miss might turn up at bat?
Oh! What's the matter with you?
Yes. And another thing, Abbott. What page are you on?
Never mind what page you're on.
Another thing, Abbott. Not only that, in Patterson, New Jersey, I worked out with a baseball team. I used to stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
This was a girls' baseball team.
Costello, if you're going to play with the New York Yankees, you really have to know something about big league baseball, Lou.
I know all about baseball.
All right, suppose there's a left-handed pitcher pitching. What do?
I put in a right-handed batter.
Now, suppose there's a right-handed pitcher pitching.
I put in a left-handed batter.
But now I trick you. I take out the right-handed pitcher and put in a left-handed pitcher.
Then I double-cross you. I take out my left-handed batter and put in a right-handed batter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those right-handed batters?
The same place where you're getting all those left-handed pitchers.
Oh.
Hello, Bud. Hello, Louis, honey.
It's Marilyn Maxwell.
I've got great news. I'm going to play ball with the New York Yankees. I'm taking you along as a pitcher.
Oh, now, Costello, Marilyn Maxwell can't pitch.
Oh, no? You should see all the guys she struck out that were trying to get to first base. This kid has got some nice curves.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. But I do hope you be careful. You know, big league baseball is a very dangerous game.
Oh, what's dangerous about baseball, Marilyn?
Well, I read in a paper this morning that in the opening game in Boston, 5 players died on base.
Marilyn, you don't seem to know much about baseball. Let me show you how to play indoor baseball. First, I put my left arm around your waist. Then I snuggle my head on your shoulder like this. Then I press my cheek against your cheek.
Oh, wait a minute, Costello. That's not the way to play indoor baseball.
How do you like that? Every season, new rules.
Well, goodbye and good luck, Louis. I just know you'll become famous with those New York Yankees.
Marilyn's right, Costello. This is your chance to become famous. Now, you've got a good job as a baseball player, and you might find your proper niche in life.
Yes, I might. I mean, after all, if I find my... What will I find?
A niche. You'll find your niche.
Abbott, when I find an itch, I scratch it.
No. What in the world are you talking about?
An itch. I once had the 7-year itch.
What happened?
I scratched real fast and got rid of it in 3.5 years.
I'm not talking about that kind of an itch. I mean an itch in life. An itch in life is what everyone is looking for. Anyone who is successful has found an itch.
Well, if that's the case, I know an Airedale that is doing very well.
Listen to me, Costello. When I say an itch, I don't mean an itch like you have when you have an itch. I mean a niche like you have when you have a notch.
Oh, you don't mean an itch like an itch when you have an itch. You mean an itch like you have when you have a notch.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, why do you mash everything up like that? You're the most mixed-up man I ever saw.
Well, maybe it's because I fell on my mother's mix master this morning. She had it set for mashed potatoes.
Oh, Mother. I know that, you idiot. All I'm trying to tell you is that a niche is a notch. Catch? Notch. All right. Now you know that a niche is a notch. You know that both of them are the same.
Yes.
Now, I could have a notch and you could have a niche.
Yes, niche to me and notch to you.
I'm only trying to impress you the importance of being a big league ball player and having a good income. Did you ever draw a nice, big, fat salary?
No, I never drew a fat celery, but I once sketched a skinny tomato.
No. So when I say draw, I don't mean draw like you draw when you draw. I mean draw like you draw when you draw a salary.
Abbott, let me smell your breath. Just as I thought. You've drawn one too many already.
Listen to me, please. When I say you draw a salary, I mean you draw money.
Now he's got me drawing money. Wait till the FBI finds out about this. I'll probably draw 20 years in a clink. And they don't feed you any celery in there either.
Costello, when I say you draw money, I mean you draw like you draw money to spend it. Not like when you draw on an easel.
That's what I always say. With money, it's easel come, easel go.
Everybody draws money. I draw money. I've been drawing money for years. My brother draws money. He's been drawing money for years.
You draw, and your brother draws?
Certainly.
Just as I thought. You and your brother are an old pair of drawers.
Experience is the best teacher. It happened shortly after the end of the war. 2 cigarettes glow in the dusk on the veranda of a country house as a man and woman are chatting. The woman remarks,
Robert, you've changed your cigarette brand. This is a Camel. I can tell without even looking.
Yes, I have changed my brand. You know how we smoked whatever cigarettes we could get during the war?
Don't I?
Yes, I must have tried all the brands during that shortage. That's when I found I liked Camel's best.
And weren't you right?
Yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarettes they could get. It was this experience that taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. As smokers tried cigarette after cigarette on their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that stood out from all the others. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Amos with Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never can sleep. I tell all the charms about Linda. Lately it seems all of my dreams I walked with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We passed on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. On the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Big league ball player, you've got to get yourself in shape. Now, from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you lift weights. From 9 to 10, deep knee bends. 10 to 11, skip rope. 11 to 12, run 5 miles.
12 to 1, I'll never make it.
Hey, look. You idiot, you'll never be a ball player. Staying up late and going to nightclubs, eating rich food, running around with beautiful girls. Do you know what can happen to you?
Yes, I can become manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Costello. I don't even know why DiMaggio picked you. You don't even know how to swing a bat.
I know all about swinging bats. When I was a kid, my father used to hit me with a baseball bat. My brother used to hit me with a baseball bat. My Uncle Artie Stebbins used to hit me with a baseball bat. And my mother used to hit me with a tennis racket.
With a tennis racket?
Yes, she didn't like baseball.
Well, it's Skinny Ennis.
Hey, Costello. I heard about you taking Joe DiMaggio's place for the New York Yankees.
That's right.
You know, I used to pitch for the Hollywood Stars. And, boy, I'll never forget my last game. There were 5 men on base.
No, wait a minute. Wait. 5 men on base. Now, that's impossible.
Did you ever see the Hollywood Stars play?
Ennis, I've seen the Hollywood Stars, and I don't remember you.
Oh, I've changed a lot since then. I had the biggest buck teeth you ever saw. I was the only man on the team that could slide into second base and spike you from either end. Well, so long, Fatso.
So long, Skinny. So long. Hey, you know that Skinny would make an ugly skeleton?
All right. Don't waste time with him. Now, you've got to get ready for the opening game.
Yes, I think we're going to play the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, eh?
Uh-huh.
Feller pitching?
Certainly there's a feller pitching. Who do you think they'd use, a girl?
Oh, I know they don't use a girl. I said feller pitching.
What feller?
Feller with the Cleveland Indians.
Look, Abbott, there's 9 guys on the Cleveland team. Now, which feller are you talking about?
Feller that pitches. There is only one feller with Cleveland.
You mean 9 Yankees are going to play against one feller?
That's right.
You mean there's no fellers in the outfield?
No.
And there's no fellers in the infield?
No, Cleveland only has one feller.
Well, this feller must be pretty good if he don't need any other players but himself.
Look, all the players will be out there helping him.
You just said there was only one feller on the team.
That's right.
Then where did all them other fellers come from?
Ah, you idiot. When I say there's only one feller on the team, I mean there is only one feller that pitches.
Well, Abbott, when the manager of the team wants this pitcher, what does he call him?
Feller.
You mean he just hollers, "Hey, feller!" And this guy knows that they mean him?
That's right. His name is Feller, Bob Feller. And when I say there is only one feller on the team that pitches, that's it. And the feller that pitches is Feller. There's only the other fellers on the team, but there's only one feller.
Boy, are you mixed up. Oh, you mean the feller that pitches is fella. And there's other fellas on the team, but they're not fellas.
Now you grasp it.
Yes, I grasp it, but it keeps slipping out of my hand.
Let's go into this sporting goods store and get your baseball equipment. I want you to look right for the opening game. Go ahead and ask that lady there where they keep the baseball uniforms.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott.
Hello.
And Mr. Costello.
Hello.
You fat little mon, you.
What are you doing in the sporting goods store, miss?
Oh, I just stopped in to get a gift for my nephew. I'm buying him a Boz ball.
Boz ball? Abbott, you know what a Boz ball is. That's what the poocher throws to the coocher. And the booter tries to boot a home run.
My nephew is just a lotto trope, but his ambition is to be a Brooklyn Dozier catcher.
Well, if he's only a little guy, why don't he join the Detroit Cougars and be a short stoop?
Be going. As we say in Chinese, "Get your gooey hot suey on to shut you."
And a dish of gooey chop suey and a push to your bill.
Hey, look, that fella. Here comes the salesman now.
Oh, good morning, boys. As Johnny Weissmuller said to Buster Crabbe, what dive did you come out of?
Well, my friend and I are here to get some baseball equipment. I'd like to see a baseball uniform that would fit Costello.
So would I. Look, as Adam said to Eve, quit ribbing me. However, I'll do the best I can. We'll start with the spiked shoes. What size do you wear?
8.
Oh, let me see. I've only got one pair left, and they're size 5. Maybe you can squeeze into them, Costello. Go ahead and try.
Okay. What do you know? Open-toed baseball shoes.
Now for the uniform. My, you're certainly a pudgy little rascal, aren't you? Aren't you overweight?
I'm about 120 pounds overweight, but I'm going back to my normal weight.
Yes, what's normal?
60 pounds overweight.
Costello, you should really go on a diet. Yeah, of course you know what a diet is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's where you can eat all you want of everything you don't like.
Young man, if you really want to reduce, why don't you exercise with a couple of dumbbells?
Okay, I'm ready whenever you and Abbott are.
All right.
We've got to get your baseball equipment. Mister, do you have any bats?
Oh, certainly. Here's a fine bat. Autographed by Slaughter of the Cardinals. This bat was made for Slaughter.
Ain't you got one that was made for baseball?
When he says Slaughter, he means Slaughter, the baseball player.
Slaughter, the baseball player? With that bat, you could slaughter anybody.
No, Costello. I'm talking about Slaughter. Everybody knows Slaughter. He knows Slaughter.
Well, maybe he knows Slaughter, but I don't know.
You idiot. Everybody knows Slaughter, the baseball player. Slaughter is the man's last name.
What's his first name?
He knows.
Now, there's a clever guy. He knows his first name.
All right. Forget about the bat. Look, mister, do you have a baseball cap that will fit Costello's head?
What size pencil sharpener does he wear? Oh, a baseball cap. Oh, yes, here's a dandy. This is the kind fella wears.
What fella?
The fella with the Cleveland Indians.
There's 9 players with the Cleveland Indians. Which fella are you talking about?
Oh, young man, when I say fella with the Cleveland Indians, I am only referring to one fella. The fellow that pitches with the Cleveland Indians.
When you say the fellow with the Cleveland Indians, you're only referring to one fella. The fellow that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
Yes. As Orville said to Wilbur, you're right.
How do you like that? Now that's all our routines in sporting goods stores.
Oh, forget about him, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Mrs. Wetwash's late husband used to be a big league ball player. Now, he was a home run king, in other words. Now, maybe she'll give you one of his bats for good luck. Let's go over to her house and ask her.
Oh, okay. I'll go right over now, huh? You're right, Abbott. As John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. How do you like that? I forgot what John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my, you know you ought to muzzle that St. Bernard dog. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Tell me, Costello, how are things in Gawker, moron?
Mrs. Wetwash, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just telling Abbott your face reminds me of a rose.
Oh, really? An American Beauty rose?
No, a rhinoceros.
Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's leaving for New York to join Joe DiMaggio's place. Take Joe's place. Isn't that wonderful? He's going to play with the Yanks.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Yes.
What do those big Yanks want with a little jerk like him?
Mrs. Wetwash, that was an insult. I'll have you know that beautiful women find me irresistible.
I don't find you irresistible.
And I don't find you beautiful.
Quiet, Costello. Ask her for those baseball bats her husband left her.
Okay, Mrs. Wetwash, I understand when your husband was alive, he had a lot of old bats.
That's a lie. He never went out with anybody but me.
Mrs. Wetwash. Costello means your husband's baseball bats. You see, he thought you might give him one of them.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Wetwash. You see, I need a good bat.
Oh, you need a good bat. I'll be glad to help you out.
Can I have the bat right now?
Right now.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere and in honor of New Orleans Jazz Week, Marilyn sings for the first time on the air the title song of the picture, New Orleans.
Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day? I know I'm not wrong, the feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. It's the moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. The moonlight on the bayou, a Creole tune that fills the air. I dream about magnolias in June, and soon I'm wishing that I were there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans when that's where you left your heart? And there's something more. I miss the one I care for more than I miss New Orleans. More than I miss New
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand name most was Camel. Now, you probably enjoy rich, full flavor and cool mildness in a cigarette just as much as doctors do. And that's why, if you're not a Camel smoker now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't in harmony with your throat. See if you, too, don't say, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, I'm going to New York with you. You know, Bucky Harris, the Yanks manager, gave me a job as coach for as long as you're on the team.
Look, Abbott, if you're the coach, you must know all the players.
I certainly do.
Well, you know, I never met the guys, so you'll have to tell me their names, and then I'll know who's playing on the team.
Oh, I'll tell you their names, but you know, strange it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
Funny names?
Strange names, pet names, like Dizzy Dean and
Brother Duffy.
Daffy Dean.
I'm their French cousin.
French?
Gouffet.
Gouffet Dean. Oh, I see. Well, let's see. We have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You going to be the coach, too?
Yes.
You know the fellow's name?
Oh, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing
Who
first.
is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
You got a first baseman?
First league.
Who's playing first?
That's right.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
All I'm trying to find out is the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The guy that gets the
That's
money.
it.
Who gets the money on
He
first
does, every dollar. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Look, all I want to know is when you sign up the first baseman, how does he sign his name to the
Who?
contract? The guy.
Who?
How does he sign his
That's
name?
how he signs it.
Who?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
One base at a time.
Well, those things are playing for.
I'm not taking nobody.
Take it easy, buddy.
I'm only asking you, who's the guy on first base?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
And what's the guy's name on first base?
So what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him. Now,
How did I get on third base?
why, you mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
He's on third.
Can I go back on third again? You stay on third base, don't go off it?
All right, I don't even know.
Now, who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
What am I putting on third?
What is on second?
You don't want who on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base! Look, you got outfield?
Sure.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing first?
I'm not. Stay out of the infield. I want to know what's the guy's name in left field.
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base. And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
Look. You got a pitcher on the team?
Sure.
What's the pitcher's name?
Tomorrow.
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you
Then
now.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now listen, who is not pitching?
I'll
Who is-
break your arm, you say. Who's on first? I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Got a catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name.
Today.
And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on the field. I'm a catcher, too.
So they tell me.
I get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Now, the heavy hitter bunts the ball. When he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I'm going to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's all you have to do.
It's to throw the ball to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
If I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to Naturally.
No, you don't. You throw the ball in a hole.
Naturally.
That's different.
That's what I say.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to Naturally.
You throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
That's what I said.
That's it. You ask me.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you. Same as you. I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs to second. Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to because. Why? I don't know. He's on third and I don't give a darn.
What?
I said I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
I'm in here.
For Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Lyon, Colorado, USAF Station Hospital, Davis-Monthan Field, Tucson, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Palo Alto, California. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What is that, Lou? You've got in your hand there? Another telegram?
Hey, Abbott, look, I just got a telegram from Joe DiMaggio.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Lou, just heard your show. I think you have the makings of the world's greatest natural ball player. You have spiked teeth, a club head, and you've been off your base for years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and a special good night to Joe DiMaggio. Get well quick, Joe.
This is Abbott and Costello again next Thursday night when Costello is going to build himself a new prefabricated house. You can imagine the trouble he'll get into. I don't know whether it'll be a 1-story house or a 2-story house, but anyway, that's another story. Prince
Albert, pipe appeal. They're one and the same thing. Any tobacco burns, makes smoke, but where else can you find the tobacco that has the pipe appeal of Prince Albert? The coolness, mildness, the rich, full flavor. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Trim cut to smoke slow and cool. So pack your pipe with mellow, rich PA. Enjoy pipe appeal with Prince Albert. And while we're speaking of enjoying yourself, be sure to tune in on Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night. You all know and love the songs of America, but this week you have something extra special in store for you. Red Foley and his guests, Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff. Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine, Who's On First, is now available at Phonograph Records. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
For more information on hundreds...
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is money. M-O-N-E-Y.
Really?
You bet your life! The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Don't be afraid, he's harmless. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
We invited some railroad conductors and some longshoremen to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected conductor Carl Putt and longshoreman Clarence Blake. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gents, to You Bet Your Life. And if either of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A conductor and a longshoreman, eh? Conductor, where are you from?
Originally from Des Moines, Iowa.
Tell me, who do you conduct for, the Los Angeles Philharmonic?
I'm a conductor for the Union Pacific Railroad.
What train do you work on?
City of Los Angeles.
Where do you go on your train?
I handle a run from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, Nevada.
The city of Los Angeles goes to Las Vegas?
The city of Los Angeles goes all the way to Chicago.
Must leave an awful big hole between Glendale and Long Beach. Well, that's where the city was yesterday. I was looking for it. Longshoreman Blake is your name? Where are you from?
Originally from Rome, New York.
How long a showman are you, Mr. Blake?
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, frankly, I don't know what I mean either. Let's have another go at it, huh? How long do you have to be a longshoreman?
Oh, not very much.
You mean size has nothing to do with it, huh? Then you could be a short longshoreman, huh?
I suppose so.
Longshoreman, where do you work?
Down in San Pedro.
Where in San Pedro do you work?
On the docks.
I thought the docks worked on each other. Huh? What made you decide to become a longshoreman? Was it an urge to do uplifting work?
No, I believe I love the water.
Mm-hmm. Get that in the bathtub. You like the ocean, huh?
Yes, I do.
You like the sea. Why aren't you a sailor instead of a landlubber?
Well, that's not a very good way to raise a family.
That's not necessarily true. Fish manage pretty well. Huh? How far out to sea do you get as a longshoreman? Huh?
Oh, about 25 feet.
Clarence, your anchor is dragging. Huh? Now tell me, Whistle Stop. What are your duties as a conductor?
Well, to collect the tickets, see that the space is properly assigned, and to maintain the schedule.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought the engineer maintained the schedule.
No, I'm the head of the train.
I thought you looked familiar. You're the cowcatcher, in other words. Well, let's take an average day. What's the first thing you do when you report for work in the morning?
Compare your watch with a standard clock, and you check against inferior and superior trains.
Well, how do you tell an inferior train? Is it come from the wrong side of the tracks? What time does your train stop at San Badu?
In which direction?
Going along the track. Isn't that the customary direction?
Well, I mean going east or west.
It doesn't make any difference. East is east and west is west. And never the train shall meet. Well, tell me, conductor, what was your most unusual experience on your train?
Well, perhaps the most unusual was having babies arrive while en route.
You had a baby en route?
Well, yes, I've had 2 or 3.
Well, was it an upper or a lower birth? Well, tell me, did you throw the kid off because he didn't have a ticket, or...?
No, the new arrival and the mother was put off at the first stop for hospitalization.
Oh, I see. That was probably the first time your train ever had an arrival ahead of schedule. Now, incidentally, suppose you're racing along and the stork decides to make a landing on your caboose and you have to stop the train. How do you instruct the engineer?
We have a system of whistle signals.
I have a whistle signal, too, but no one stops for it.
Well, one whistle, when running, means look to your orders.
Well, do you stick your head out the window and whistle? Or?
No, we have a system of air whistles within the train. You pull a cord.
Okay, well, what's two whistles?
2 whistles when standing means to start. 2 whistles when running is stop the train at once.
You want to throw the kid off, huh?
Yeah.
And what's the next one? 3 whistles.
3 whistles when standing is back the train. 3 whistles when running is stop at the next station.
Mm-hmm. Sounds to me like you're always on a toot on that train. How do you get the train started again?
We give the engineer a highball.
No wonder you're always on a toot, huh? What time does your train stop at San Badu?
Yesterday it was 7:21 westbound and 6:21 eastbound. I don't know what it is today.
Oh. Well, as soon as it stops, will you signal for a highball for me? Now that I know all about railroads and longshoremen, you're going to get your chance to win a lot of money, you bet your life.
Car owners all over the country are familiar with the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. There are more than 3,000 of these signs from one end of this nation to the other. And each and every one of them is a cordial invitation to you to come in and get acquainted. These dealers are certain that once they have a chance to serve you, you'll come back whenever you need service for your car. The folks at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers will do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely. That's their creed. It will pay you to give them a chance to show you what good service really means. So drive in next time you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected farm animals and birds as your category. Is that right? Now you got $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
What kind of a farm animal is an Aberdeen Angus?
Cow.
A cow is right.
And they're off to a great start with $30.
You conductor, you've been looking out the window. That's it. All right, now you got $30. What? How much you going to bet?
$20.
$20. What kind of a farm animal is a percheron?
It's a horse.
Is a horse is right.
They're climbing. They have $50.
You stevedore, you've been loading horses, haven't you? All right, now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
40.
$40. What kind of a farm animal is a toggenburg? Toggenburg.
I think it's a goat.
A goat is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $90.
How much of the 90 are you going to try?
50.
50 is right.
$50. What is a pole in China?
Pig.
Pig.
A pig is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Don't run away now. You might get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still money. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a housewife and a gardener, and here they are. Mrs. Sarah Pinola and Mr. Arthur Anders meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word while we're talking, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you use every day. A housewife and a gardener, eh? Mr. What is it, Anders? I presume you're the gentleman who does the gardening.
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
Yes.
Since you're a gardener, I'll bet I know what pet name you call your wife. Something you grow in your garden that begins with a P. You know what I'm thinking of?
Petunia?
No, I was thinking of pumpkin. But you know your wife better than I do. By the way, what's your wife's first name?
Peggy.
No, I'm afraid I don't know. What's your hometown, Mrs. Pinola?
Racine, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. What sort of work does your husband do?
He works for Los Angeles Transit Line, a bus driver.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
I met him in a shooting gallery where I was working.
Was he half shot at the time?
No, he was very happy when he walked in.
Oh. How was he when he left? What do you mean he was at? What were you doing at the shooting gallery?
I was working.
Were you one of the clay pigeons?
I was loading up... No. I was loading up the guns and taking their money.
Sarah, you just said money, and that's tonight's secret word, so you just won $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. I bet you think money really grows on trees, huh? Now, what were we discussing before you shook that money tree, huh?
How I met my husband.
Oh, yes. You were loaded in the gallery. What was your husband doing there?
He was taking an evening stroll.
To a shooting gallery?
No, he passed the shooting gallery.
Uh-huh.
So he saw a girl working there, which was me. And he thought, well, he was going to have some fun.
He's pretty shrewd, isn't he, huh? The minute he saw you, he said, that's a girl, huh? You can't fool old man Pinola. He knows his...
So he wanted to fool me, and he says, I bet I can outshoot you. But he didn't know it was coming. I says, okay. I says, see if you can outshoot me. So he shot about...
Is this verbatim?
He bought about $5 worth of shots. He'd take one round, and I'd take one round. And I kept beating him. He was mad. He put his hands in his pocket. He walked out. He was real mad. Then the next night he comes. I outshot him again. That went on for about a week. Well, he didn't.
Well, how much did he spend by that time?
No, he must have spent about $35 that week. Well, he was single. He could afford it.
So, by this time, you were beginning to suspect that...
Yeah, so I said, oh, there's more to it than that. So
there's more to it than meets the bullseye, you say.
He says, I'm taking you out. He says, I'm going to show you. He says, if you can outshoot me on live game, he says, I'll marry you.
Kind of a curious proposal, isn't it?
We went, and I couldn't shoot at all.
You went where? Where'd you go?
We went hunting. It's in pheasant country up in Wisconsin.
Oh.
So we went hunting pheasants, and I'm ashamed to say I couldn't shoot a live game. Boy, he was good, though. He could shoot. But he says, I won't break your heart, honey. He says, I'll marry you anyway.
And did you love him by this time?
Oh, yeah, I liked him quite a bit.
Uh-huh. How old were you when all this happened, when you got married?
15.
15. Well, it's hard to shoot a pheasant when you're 15, I guess. Now tell me, Mr. Anders, you're still here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thought maybe you'd gone to seed. As a gardener, whom do you work for, Mr. Anders?
I work for myself.
You're in business for yourself, huh? Develop your business by running it into the ground, eh? Now tell us, Chris, that's short for chrysanthemum. Do you know how to spell chrysanthemum?
Well, it's C-H-R. Well, you don't have to know how to spell them.
Mr. Anders, I'm aware of that, but where's your factory? On Flower Street?
No, I don't have a factory.
Fine gardener doesn't even have a plant, huh? Specifically, what do you do in your job?
Oh, mow lawns, put in sprinkling systems.
I used to know a fellow named Mow Lawn, huh? Have you planted anything in your garden lately, Sarah?
Yeah, I saw a cactus by some people we know, and I liked it, so I dug it out of their yard and made a hole in mine and put it in there.
Where were the people?
They were home.
Well, how did you plant it? You just dig a hole and stick it in?
I just dug a hole and put it in. I said either it grows or it dies. I don't know.
Sarah, that's a pretty cynical attitude. Was she doing it the proper way, Mr. Anders?
Well, that's about right. It doesn't take too much knowledge to raise a cactus.
I guess the big trick is stealing the plant, huh? Are any flowers blooming this early in the year, Mr. Anders?
Well, there's quite a few early bloomers on the summer.
You mean on a windy day, huh? You say there are quite a few early bloomers. Do you ever find any ants in those early bloomers? This has been very educational, Mr. Anders, and you too, Sarah. Now, let's see if a gardener and a housewife will get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get the chance. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The conductor and the longshoreman earned $140.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about the weather. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
Give me the title of this weather song. Play, Jerry. Talk right up now.
No, let it snow.
Let it snow. The lady says let it snow.
$20, Groucho.
So how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What is the name of this song? Okay, Jerry.
April showers.
April showers.
They're $20, that's $50.
Oh, now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
40.
$40. Is that all right with you? Here we go. Play it, Jerry.
We're having a heat wave.
They're having a heat wave.
Now they have $90.
All right, you've zoomed up to $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90?
80.
$80. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
No, stormy weather.
Stormy weather is right.
And they wind up with $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
Well, the housewife and the gardener are leading with $170, and the secret word is still money. Just before we went in the air, our studio audience selected Miss Margot Heister, a 10-cent store clerk, and Mr. J.C. Solomon, a diamond merchant. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. Solomon, huh?
Right.
J.C. Solomon, huh? You're the diamond merchant, huh?
Right.
Where are you from, J.C.?
Chicago.
Thought maybe you'd be a stone's throw from Los Angeles, since you're in the diamond business, huh?
That's right.
You're from the Miss Heister? You're from the 10-cent store?
Yes, I am.
Which one? Huh?
Cress on Hollywood Boulevard.
Pretty fair-looking dish to be in 10-cent store. What's your hometown, Margot?
Sun Valley.
Sun Valley, Idaho? Are you a good skier?
No.
You never did any skiing?
No.
That's the way it goes. Huh? People in Brazil never drink coffee. Huh? People here can't afford it. Huh? Are you married, Margot?
Yes, I am.
Well, let's talk about diamonds, huh? Tell me, J.C., do you ever hand out samples?
I never had out samples.
You don't give any diamonds away,
Don't give
huh?
diamonds away.
Haven't you ever given just a tiny little diamond to a beautiful girl?
Yes, I did once.
You slippery old dog, you. Did you ever see that girl again?
Yes, I do. I married her.
Was that to get the diamond back? Do you handle anything besides diamonds, Mr. Solomon?
Yes, I do. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds.
Precious stone once cost me $500. Did I get gypped?
Well, what kind of a stone did you buy?
I didn't buy any. The doctor didn't say. He charged me $500 for removing it. What are the semi-precious stones?
Well, they are opals, tourmalines,
I thought that's
aquamarines.
something you found under your house.
Aquamarines.
What color are opals?
Opals are a variety of colors. Every color under the sun is an opal.
That isn't true. Opals are only pink. I watched her hanging them on the line only this morning. Which is the most valuable of all the stones, Mr. Solomon?
I should judge a diamond is about the most valuable stone.
Why are they so expensive? Is such a big
Because
demand?
they're in demand. They are in demand.
Certainly is at my house, I know. We don't have any diamonds at my house, but there's certainly a big demand for them. How much do you charge for the average diamond?
Well, they run anywhere from $50 to $3,500 per carat.
It's a lot of money for a carat. I don't see how those rabbits can afford them. I think I'd better get back to figures I'm more accustomed to. Hello, Margot. How are you? What kind of rings are in greatest demand at your store?
Well, I think I'd say engagement and wedding rings.
I know a certain gardener who bought one of your rings. Maybe that's why he's got a green thumb now. Do you sell diamonds and emeralds and rubies in your dime store?
Yes, we do. Hundreds of them every day.
You do? How much would you charge me for a diamond bracelet? A little one, I mean.
Various prices. It's according to quality, up to $1.
Well, that's very reasonable, Mr. Solomon. How can you have the nerve to charge thousands of dollars for a diamond when Margot here sells them for $1?
Well, she sells you pure crystal glass.
Do you have any stones that would look good on me?
Oh, yes, I have a very nice stone that will look good on you.
No, I wasn't referring to a tombstone. I think I'll stick to opal. She's more in my line. Well, I learned a lot tonight from you two about dime store diamonds. Now you're going to try for a chance at the $1,500 question. You beat our other two couples and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the gardener are ahead with $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of cities as your category. Is that right? You have $20. How much you going to try and talk right out loud into the microphone?
10.
What city is called the biggest little city in the world?
The biggest little city in the world.
Take a guess. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Reno. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 10 will you try?
I'll try 5.
5? What city is called the Mile High City?
No, the Mile High City is the Big Bear Lake.
No, I'm sorry. You had the right altitude, but the wrong town. It's Denver.
They have $5, Groucho.
How much you going to bet?
3.
3. What city is called the city of brotherly love? Well, now you're down to $2. It was Philadelphia.
Well, might as well.
It was Philadelphia. Should have known that from cream cheese. Now you're down to $2. Okay, here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Yeah.
If you can beat the other couples with $2, Mr. Solomon, you're a pretty shrewd cookie. How much you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it? Now, let's not go mad here. How about $1.90, Mark?
Make it the whole $2.
The whole $2? What city is called the Windy City? Chicago!
And they wind up with $4.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't want you to crawl away from here with only $4. I'm going to give you one more question. You get it right, and you're going to win $10. Remember, no coaching, please. Are you ready? Okay, now, put your thinking cap on. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant. Margot got it.
But they won $4, and that means the housewife and the gardener get the chance to the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You get the best equipment and the best workmanship whenever you take your car for service to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. In addition, skilled mechanics who know how to use this equipment assure you of getting a better job done on your car in shorter time. This, of course, means money in your pocket. This also means a car that will serve you faithfully and economically mile after mile. So next time your car needs service, remember to stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Learn what so many car owners all over this country already know, that it pays to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the housewife and the gardener, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
All right, you ready, Sarah?
Yeah.
Got your gun ready? Here we go for $1,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help in the audience. The Earl of Beaconsfield was Prime Minister of England in the 60s, and under his statesmanship, Britain grew to her greatest glory. What was the name of the Earl of Beaconsfield? The answer you two have decided upon.
Chatsworth?
No, it was Disraeli.
Oh.
Benjamin Disraeli. I'm sorry, the correct answer is Benjamin Disraeli, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $170 in cash, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,000. Folks, be sure to see the article about Groucho and You Bet Your Life in the current issue of Look magazine.
Well, Crosby's waiting in the wings, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Good drivers don't brag about their ability to get out of tight spots. They stay out of them. This is George Fenneman signing off with more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's about 6:45 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up the next block now. The evening meal has been over only a little while, and here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Cook and her son, Mr. Rush Cook. Listen.
Is your father still in the kitchen?
I guess so. Unless he went down to the basement.
Vic?
He may try to run out on you.
Yeah? I'm all ready to show you this now. Come on. What'd you say?
I say maybe he'll try to run out on you.
Why?
He don't care much about looking at photograph albums.
Did he tell you that?
He hinted along them lines in the kitchen just now. He says, well, buckle up your courage, Dr. Sleech. We got to go look at all Razorscums' relations.
Well, he was only acting smart. Everybody likes to look at pictures.
I'm not so sure about that.
Don't you like looking at pictures?
Well, yes and no. I enjoy looking at pictures of myself pretty fair. And when times are dull, I just as soon kill a few minutes looking at pictures of people I'm acquainted with.
Well, this photograph album's got pictures of people you're acquainted with in it.
Who?
Mr. and Miss Razorscum. Miss Razorscum's brother from Hudson and his little boy. And Mr. Razorscum's cousin with the oblong head that visits at Christmas and New Year's.
These two pictures in front are Mr. and Miss Razorscum when they got married, ain't they?
Yeah.
Let's get on over to the second page.
No, we'll wait for your father. And we're not going to rush through either.
I don't see what kick you get out of looking at a gang of individuals you don't know.
I know Mr. and Miss Razorscum.
Well, you don't know their relations.
I don't know about their relations. Miss Razorscum explained about every picture in here this afternoon.
Peculiar I never inherited that feature.
What feature?
The feature of getting a thrill out of looking at a crowd of strangers you never
Hurry up
seen.
and slap out a picture of Razorscum's Uncle Albert. I can't stand this train a minute longer.
Gub's all set to jolly you.
Gub will jolly me out the wrong side of his mouth sometimes.
Hello there, Mildred. Hello there, Adams. I didn't know you people were still in the city.
Sit down here on the Davenport.
Yeah, you bet. So this is Razorscum's Uncle Honk and Aunt Slide, huh? Turn over to the next page.
This is Charlie and his wife the day they got married.
Oh, really? I thought it was a dish of mashed potatoes. Charlie and his wife the day they got married, huh? Well. Turn over.
Listen, we're not going to race through this photograph album. We're going to enjoy each separate picture.
Oh, we've had a good look at this first one, Mom. Can't we turn the page and...
I'll take care of this, please. Vic, see the wedding suit Charlie's got on?
Yeah, speech. Turn over.
That suit cost $75. It was the most expensive suit worn by anybody in Harriet, Wisconsin in the year 1922. It was made special by the best tailor in East Orange, New Jersey.
Did Ma Razorscum give you the history of every photograph in this album?
Oh, she told me interesting little trash about every picture, sure.
How many pictures are there?
I don't know.
It's an awful fat book, but there's at least 50 pages.
We'll be here till morning if we have to spend a lot of time with each one.
You got something else you want to do?
Well, not particularly.
Well, then settle yourself comfortable and try to do the civilized thing.
Civilized thing is to wear my eyes to the bone looking at Razorscum's relations, huh?
This suit cost $75. Most expensive suit worn in Harriet, Wisconsin in the year 1922. Was made special by the best tailor in East Orange, New Jersey.
Name a Kennedy?
What?
Was the tailor's name Kennedy?
I don't know what his name was.
I bet it was Kennedy. The reason I think it was Kennedy is because I know a fella from East Orange, New Jersey, that got hung for murder. And he wanted to look nice at the execution, so the state hired a tailor named Kennedy to take his measurements and fix him up with a handsome suit, complete with bell-bottom pants and pinch-back coat with silk lining and smart patch pockets.
You through with your little speech?
Yeah.
You want to see these or don't you?
No.
And Miss Razorscum, with her own hands, insists on making a poultice for your chest when you got a cold.
I love Mrs. Razorscum better than life itself, but by Josh, gonna turn over page later.
Now this is Charlie's cousin with the oblong head, taken when he was 26. Recognize him, Rush?
No.
You do, too.
I don't either.
Don't you start getting smarty, mister.
I'm not getting smarty. I don't recognize that fella.
Well, look at the oblong head.
I recognize the oblong head, say.
Yeah, so does Rush. He just wants to be obstinate.
No, I don't. Black individuals got oblong heads.
Well, you never seen anybody with an oblong head as oblong as Mr. Razorscums' cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
No.
All right, then. Oh, here on the next page is a cousin without any neck.
Eh?
Sure.
Let's see him up close.
Well, I better hold the album. Scrub my hands especially. See, this velvet takes smudges easy and they're hard to get off.
This guy's got no neck.
Uh-uh.
Well, he's wearing a collar.
I can't help that.
Well, how can a guy wear a collar if he's got no neck?
Search me. I'm only passing along Miss Razorscums' information. This is Charlie's cousin Dunk, she says. He's got no neck. I expect she knew what she was talking about.
Hmm.
She said, this fella's got no neck, and you can have the information for what it's worth.
I'd say it's worth about $9.25.
Vernon Stover.
Hey.
He's got an oblong head, too.
Oblong heads run in the Razorscum family. There was one relation, been dead many years now, had a head so oblong it was almost shaped like a banana.
Picture of him in here?
No.
They would leave out pictures of interesting people. I enjoy seeing a fellow with a head like a banana.
This Vernon Stover, Vic, run for mayor at one time.
Did he indeed?
Almost got it.
What city?
I forget.
New York.
Oh.
Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati, New Orleans.
No, I forget. Now, this next picture must be, Miss Razorscum told me interesting things about everybody in here. Who'd she say this was?
Charlie Urquhart.
Ray Bierman.
Lieutenant Slattery Gibbet.
Montgomery J.
Oh,
Henry.
I know. Miss Razorscum's music teacher.
She's got no oblong head.
Why should she have, silly? No relation.
Oh.
How do you like them fancy nose glasses?
I like them fine. Is Miss Razorscum a musician?
Uh-uh.
What'd she take lessons on?
Piano, but nothing come of it. See, she's colorblind.
Colorblind?
Well, you knew Miss Razorscum was colorblind.
Well, what's being colorblind have to do with her not being able to play the piano?
Well, what does it, foolish?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Think a second.
Oh, be a sport and tell me the answer.
A colorblind person can't play the piano because how would they distinguish between the white keys and the black keys? Piano keys all look alike to a person that's colorblind.
Oh, sure.
Mom, I don't think white and black make any difference to colorblind people. White and black ain't
Now, the
colors.
next page here is Lyman Trivet.
No, Lyman.
Mom, colorblind people can tell white from black as easy as you can. It's red and green and purple and junk that stumps them.
Is it? This Lyman Trivet could stick himself with a pin and it wouldn't hurt.
I bet he was in great demand at fashionable parties.
Homer Starchley.
Did you memorize all these names?
Oh, some of them just happened to stay in my noodle. Eldred Tyson, or Bryson, I guess it is. Yeah, Bryson. He shot a lion.
Let's see one.
Now, watch out for your hands. All you have to do is look at velvet and make smudges.
He shoot the lion in Africa?
Zoo.
Zoo?
Yeah, and got arrested for it. He was a shy, retiring man. Didn't have any gumption. His friends made fun of him. He was so timid. So he took a rifle out to the zoo and shot a lion. Just so he could say he done it, see. Changed his whole disposition. Instead of hiding in corners, he went swaggering around hollering, I shot a lion. I shot a lion.
Lion die?
I'll say the lion died. Killed right over.
How long did they keep Brother Bryson in jail?
Quite a while, I guess. His papa had to buy the zoo another lion, and lions cost money.
Wonder how much.
Oh, here's somebody it's easy to tell is a Razorscum.
Oblong head?
Sure.
Oblong head really stands out when an individual is bald, don't it?
Yes. I forget this fellow's name.
Razorscum.
Yeah, Razorscum, but I mean his first name. Paul, maybe.
Pete, maybe.
Joe, maybe.
Art, maybe.
William, maybe.
Maybe.
Paul, I think. Here's a good one. Cecil Freemer and his tall horse.
Tall horse?
Supposed to be the tallest horse ever born in Harriet, Wisconsin. Run like lightning. Pretty, ain't he?
Yeah.
He's got an oblong head. Wonder if he belongs to the Razorscum family.
Ha ha. Agnes Limely.
Hmm.
Married Charlie's oldest brother.
Hmm.
Edna Lawrence and Bolivar Scratch.
Hmm.
Acrobats at one time.
Hmm.
Philip H. Stingy.
Kiddo, how many pictures are there in the book?
Oh, I'm sure I don't know.
We'll riffle through the pages once and let's get an idea.
You in a hurry to go someplace?
No, but go ahead. Riffle through the pages once.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few.
Holy smoke. Must be 600.
So which?
Well, do we have to look at all of them?
Yes.
And hear a 5-minute lecture on each one?
Yes.
Wait till I tighten my belt and wipe off my forehead.
How about me bringing in a pitcher of cold water?
Fine.
All right. This fellow on the next page here is Melvin Razorscum. See his oblong head?
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you leave me? See, Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy, old keen old pal. Well, I'm happy tonight, huh?
There's package for you, Miss Archie.
Oh, let's see. Hey, Duffy, somebody just sent me a potted plant for a present. Let's see. The card says to Archie from an ardent admirer. Well, that could be any one of 10,000 dames. I'll call you back, Duffy. Let me see that card again, Eddie. Yeah, the handwriting is female, all right. Could it be from your girlfriend, Mildred DeCognac? No. No, Eddie, she wouldn't have sent it. Mildred and me had a falling out, kind of a lover's quarrel.
Lover's quarrel, huh?
Yeah, she got mad at me because I resented her getting married. You suppose it could have been that Bertha Kowalska? Bertha Kowalska Dimachek? Big Bertha, you mean?
That's right. The one that there was that question about.
About whether she was a woman or a horse?
That's right.
Nah, I never believed that, Eddie. It was just one of them ugly rumors, Of course, there was that one time when she went out to buy a pair of shoes and they caught her sneaking into the blacksmith shop, but... I'm sure the dame was human.
Well, you think maybe she sent you the plant?
Nah. She forgot about me as soon as she started running around with that trainer from Santa Anita. Guy had a lot of sugar, Hey, wait a minute. You remember me telling you about a dame that picked me up at the Excelsior Ballroom the other night? Peaches Pepnick?
Yeah.
Well, when we were saying goodnight, she forced her phone number into me hand. And give me that phone, Eddie. Bet you she sent me a plan. Hello? Hello, is Peaches Pepnick there? Oh, hello, Mr. Pepnick. Let me talk to your daughter, please. She ain't your daughter, she's your... I'm calling for one of them radio surveys, sir. And what program are you in? Well, thank you, sir. Goodbye.
What was you listening to? John's other suspect?
Don't be so smart, Eddie. Well, we'll find out who sent the plant later. In the meantime, leave us take care of it, huh? And nurture it. Now, the first thing a plant needs is fresh air. Open the window, Eddie.
I hate to do it.
Why?
Well, you know as well as I do. Any fresh air that comes in here is committing suicide.
Now, don't argue, Eddie. Open the window. It won't do us no harm to inhale a little fresh aqua pura needed.
Okay.
Now, Eddie, let's take a deep... Eddie, close it.
Okay. Boy, that stuff is strong.
Yeah, it might be too strong for a young plant like that. It's liable to catch cold in its little tendrils. Maybe if we just left a little sunlight hit it.
Sunlight? No, you can't let that stuff in there neither. You know our customers, they put on dark glasses when the pinball machine lights up. Oh, boy, you certainly taken a fatherly interest in this plant.
Well, I can't help it, Eddie. It's the call of nature. You know something about me?
What?
Well, on the surface, you look at me and you say, there's a typical sophisticated man about town.
I don't.
Others do. But deep down, underneath, believe me, I'm a man of the soil. Maybe it don't show on the surface.
It shows.
Thank you. I hearken to the farmyard, to the cackle of the hen, to the bleat of the heifer, to the good earth and its dragon seed.
You got any good earth around here?
Yeah, but where, Eddie? On the top of the bar. On the top of the table. Just topsoil. I'm talking about the real thing. To get away from it all and go out and commute with nature in the raw.
Don't you think you should at least wear a pair of overalls?
Eddie, please. Yeah, I guess I'm a bumpkin at heart, Eddie. Even when I was a kid, I was in love with nature in all her various shapes. Of course, as I grew older, the shapes I was in love with became more various. I always remember as a kid, as a barefooty boy, I'd sit in my backyard for hours watching the sun sink slowly to rest behind me father's underwear, hanging on a wash line, On clear nights, I'd gaze up towards the sky and count the thousands of twinkling little lights on Chinley's chop suey sign. Yeah, my little heart filled with the wonder of it all.
And your little nose filled with new mold carbon monoxide.
In fact, one of the happiest moments of my life was when I became a member of the 3rd Avenue Woodcraft Cadets.
3rd Avenue Woodcraft Cadets?
Yeah, that was a group that couldn't pass the physical to get into the Boy Scouts. Yeah, them was the days. We used to go tramping in the woods, hunting and fishing. Every Sunday morning, our leader would gather us all together and say, "Well, cadets, it's time for our tramp." Well, Finnegan, I was telling Eddie here about the 3rd Avenue Woodcraft Cadets. Finnegan here was a member. Right, Finnegan?
Right. I think of the cadets every spring when I get my head shaved.
How come?
Well, Archie, it still shows where you carved the emblem in me head.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Finnegan, but I still swear I thought it was a rock.
Well, serves me right for being such a sound sleeper.
Boy, what days. Remember the signals, Finnegan?
Oh, like a ton of bricks.
Quick, name your troop and give the high sign.
Salutaducha, hip hooray, hail Woodcraft Cadets.
Right, fish patrol, splish, splish, splish. Name your patrol and give the high sign.
Indian patrol.
Very good, Finnegan. I didn't think you'd remember. I bet you forgot the laws in the handbook, though. Quick, who is brave and who is fearless?
A Woodcraft Cadet.
Who helps old ladies across the street?
A Woodcraft Cadet.
Who is happy and gay, come no matter what?
A Woodcraft Cadet. Who should have stood in bed? Eddie Green? Oh.
It may sound silly now, Mr. Green, but believe me, it's great fun when you're childish. Finnegan, remember the time we combined with the campfire girls and went for a hike? Well, must have been about 20 of us guys to about 30 dames.
Yeah, and one box of sandwiches.
Yeah, that's right. Some jerk wanted to eat.
What do you mean, Judge? I was hungry.
The days. And it was a great education, too. You know, Eddie, we learned all about flowers and plants and gardening. Believe me, if it hadn't been for the cadets, I wouldn't know a chrysanthemum from a rhododendron.
Well, what is the difference, Mr. Burbank?
Well, Eddie, you see, the chrysanthemum, or as it's technically known, the Hypernicus mandamus, has longer pistils shooting from its fungus. While, on the other hand, the rhododendron is more like the petunia, or Evictus noxvonicus. See, the stem is closer to the roots, and the pollen is more gregarious. Answer that, Eddie, will you?
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the flora meets the fauna. Eddie the greenhouse speaking. Huh? Oh, just a second. Mr. Archie, your nurse from the hospital.
Very nice. Hello? Huh? How's me tonsils? Well, you should know better than I do. You got them over there. Did I get what? Oh, I've been combing me brains to figure out who sent me that plant. Well, it was very sweet of you, Miss McGillicuddy. Thank you very much. Okay. Holy cat, Eddie. I called that nurse every name in the book, stuck pins in a hot water bottle, told her how ugly she was, threatened to have her fired, and here she sends me a lovely potted plant. What is it with me?
Must be that personal magnetism of yours.
I guess so. Wonder what kind of a plant it is. Let's see. It looks a little like the biannual night-blooming eucalyptus. Yeah, I think it is. You can tell by the way the moss grows on the north or lee side of the pot. See, that helps make it grow straight up.
All right. Archie, now take this ridiculous. A vegetable garden in the backyard?
Why not?
Oh, because it's covered with tin cans, broken glass, old shoes, egg crates, garbage cans, old rags, bedposts, iron gates, and Moriarty sleeping one off.
But Ed, somewhere underneath all of that junk is good dirt, old Mother Earth. We could grow radishes, turnips, succotash, mangoes, beets.
I think you got beets in your belfry. Look, in the first place, even if you got all that junk out of there, which will be very difficult.
Yeah.
And there is first 100, which I doubt.
Go ahead.
And the earth is suitable for planting, which it wouldn't be.
Possible.
How many vegetables could you plant in 10 square feet of dirt, which probably won't be any good after you dug it out from under that ton of junk that'll be too tough to move anyhow?
You got yourself into this. Let me see you get yourself out.
Mr. Archie, the whole thing is impossible.
Eddie, it is not impossible to a man with a dirt mind. It can all be taken care of with modern methods of soil erosion. Right? There would be a fortune in that garden. I bet you I could make a deal with Carucci, the fruit peddler, and sell him all his vegetables. Hey, that's an idea, Eddie. Go over to Carucci's store and tell him I want to see him, will you? Oh, Finnegan, that's the man I'm looking for. Finnegan, how would you like to have some great fun?
Doing what?
Well, in the backyard, there's a nice big pile of junk. Think how much fun a guy could have throwing it into a wheelbarrow and carting it to the dumps. Don't that sound exciting?
Oh, Sally. What's the job worth?
Oh, say $50.
I'll give you a quarter and not a penny more.
All right. Okay, Finnegan, it's a deal. Now, go on and get started.
Hey, Archie.
What is it, Miss Duffy?
What's this about a farm in the backyard? What do we need a farm for?
Well, what does anybody need a farm for? Where do your vegetables come from?
From the can.
But where do they come from before that?
From the grocery store.
But where does the grocery store get them?
From the wholesaler.
And where does the wholesaler get them from?
From the canning factory.
Duffy, are you sure that there ain't a farm in there someplace?
Archie, I think it's a very crazy idea, and I'm going to tell that to Papa.
Look, look at it this way. If we have a farm here at the tavern, it makes your old man a farmer, which in turn makes you a farmer's daughter. Sound interesting?
Archie, I'm not interested in traveling salesmen.
Oh, don't let the salesman worry you. They'll probably take one look at you and keep traveling anyhow.
Wait a second, Archie. Just what are you insinuating?
I am merely insinuating that you are the only dame I know who, when you're getting ready for bed, the guy across the street pulls his shade down.
Well, that settles it. Now I'm really going to tell Papa that you're wasting his time.
Now, wait, Miss Duffy. I was only kidding. Just think about it. The farm could be a very romantic place. You know, a boy and a girl running barefooted to a bed of asparagus. You know the old expression, even dames with wigs can become a message in your cabbage patch.
I don't need a cabbage patch. If I put my mind to it, I could become a missus very easily.
Well, the rumor is, Miss Duffy, that very few men would marry you.
Well, very few would be enough. Think it over, wise guy.
Have you got the yard cleaned up yet?
Half of it.
What about the other half?
Well, I'll take more time. That's where I put the stuff I cleaned up from the first half.
Maybe you better go back and try it left-handed. Maybe you'll come out even.
Oh, okay. Hello, Archie. How's the boy?
Well, Carucci, how are you?
Oh, honky-donkey. Hey, what's the plant you got there?
Well, nice sentence to make, Carucci.
What kind of plant is that?
I think it's eucalyptus.
No, that's not a eucalyptus.
What? That's a eucalyptus?
That's a joke, Bambino. That's a joke.
Well, I'm glad to see you anyway. Tell me, how's the Sonora and all the little seniorities?
Well, the old lady, she's going to have another Bambino.
How many Bambinos you got now, Colucci?
Well, let me see. There's Teresa, Maria, Antonetta, Carmelita, Lucia, Filomena, Grazia, Lucrezia...
Look, Colucci, it's getting late. Just give me a rough estimate.
Well, let me see. I think there's about 14 girls.
14? Even for a vegetable man, that's a lot of tomatoes.
That's right. Now, what's the proposition you want to talk to me about?
Oh, the proposition, yeah. Colucci, tell me, have you got $50?
Very good. Goodbye.
Just a second, Colucci. At least listen to the proposition, will you?
Okay. I listen, but my pocketbook, she is dead.
All right. very simple. You see, I happen to be an expert on raising vegetables, and I need a little cash for modern machinery. Electric caterpillars and automatic silos and things. Now, you're a vegetable man.
Just a minute. What kind of stuff do you want to raise?
Well, what do you make the most profit on?
Well, grapefruit, pineapple, oranges.
Just what I was thinking of raising. Oranges. Coach, how would you like to be the first guy to sell an orange that is both seedless and skinless? With a built-in rind. And no navel.
That's wonderful. How you make the orange grow like this, huh?
I grabbed them from an eggplant. More than that, I can't tell you. Hello? International Harvester? This is Archie, the manager of Duffy's Tavern. Tell me, what do you get for one of your tractors? How much for a half tractor? Quarter tractor? What have you got in a wheelbarrow? Hello? Somebody ought to tell them guys that the war is over. Cavalry has discharged a lot of horses that are now looking for jobs. Let's see, what else there is for me to check up on?
Hi, Art.
Oh, yeah, Finnegan, did you clean up the other half of the yard?
No, I ran into a little trouble. You see, I took the stuff from the first half and put it back on the second half.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then I took the stuff from the second half and put it back on the first half.
Well, Finnegan, in that case, you got all of the junk back the way it was.
Oh, I thought it looked familiar.
Finnegan, sometimes I think your mother would have been better off if you had delivered the store. Now get back there, Cadet Finnegan, and try it again.
Okay, I... Hey, what's that?
Well, Well, Colucci, did you take a look at the backyard?
Yeah. Did you raise all this junk by yourself?
Colucci, I'm afraid you lack imagination. Now, come into the window a minute. Now, I'll tell you how I got it planned. You see that pile of ashes out there?
Uh-huh.
Well, between them ashes and that rubber boot will be the Pinapla Grove. Now, you see Mrs. Duffy's old horse up there? Well, between that and that rusty carburetor will be nothing but avocados. Over there, where that Model T fender and the horsehair sofa are heaped against the no dumping sign next to the busted coffee grinder, will be, guess what?
What?
A new vegetable named after me.
The string of beans?
No, Colucci, not the string bean. The Archie choke. Now tell me, what do you think of the whole idea?
I can tell you in 2 words. Archie, choke.
Now, wait a second, Colucci.
Hey, Art, I got a surprise for you.
A surprise?
Yeah, you thought that underneath that junk was nothing but a lot of dirt.
Well?
You're in luck. The whole thing is cement. Looks like the man has blown his top off. Cement. That's what I want to hear. Goodbye, Archie.
Well, guess that ends that. I guess I got to start all over again. Eddie, hand me that potted eucalyptus plant.
Not me. No, I ain't touching that plant.
Why not?
Well, I had a hunch about that plant, so I looked it up. You know what that eucalyptus turned out to be?
What?
Only toxic on benzoyl. In other words, poison ivy.
Don't be silly. That nurse was nuts about me. Besides, I know poison ivy when I see it. Eddie, would you mind scratching me back? If that is poison ivy, Eddie, I'll eat your hat in Macy's window.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Seal for a beautiful smile. The life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it. T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And right now, it's the life of Riley. There are 30 million people in the United States who own autos. That means that there are 30 million people who can't imagine how Chester A. Riley is feeling right now as he stands on a street corner waiting for a bus to take him home from work. Waiting with him is his friend, Jim Gillis.
Here it comes. There it goes. How do you like that, Gillis? That's the third bus passed us right by. What do them drivers think we are, a stop sign? Relax, Riley. Let calmness be prevalent. We're human beings, ain't we? We've got rights. I tell you, Gillis, this is against the Constitution. You don't know what you're talking about. What Constitution? Well, my Constitution. It's getting tired standing here. This has got to stop. Those buses have been passing people by now for 5 years.
Yeah, but you got to admit the service is improving. Now they just pass you by. They don't jump onto the curb and try and knock you down. Oh, here comes another one, Riley. Get your transfer ready.
Yeah, this one's slowing down.
Hey, look out, you're beating up!
Why, you're no good! And that goes for your whole company.
Listen, Riley, what are you getting so excited for? We're only a few blocks from home. Let's walk.
No, I got a transfer, and I'm going to use it.
Well, I'm walking.
Not me. That bus company owes me a ride. And I'm riding home tonight if I have to stand here until morning to do it.
Hey, you on the curb, wake up.
You're
waiting for a bus?
That's my business. On your way to the bus. Wait, don't leave. I'm coming.
Step in. Speeding up. Watch your step. Have your fare ready. Move to the rear.
Which do you want me to do first?
Okay, wise guy. Watch the door.
Look, buddy, I've ridden on buses before. Would you mind opening the door? My foot's still out in the street.
I told you to watch out. Now put your fare in the box.
I got a transfer here.
This transfer's no good. Put a dime in the box.
No good? What do you mean, no good?
It's punch 6 o'clock. It's almost 8 now.
But I've been waiting on that corner for over an hour. 6 buses passed me by.
Deposit 10 cents in the box or get off the vehicle.
Now, look here, you. I ain't paying no fare and I ain't getting off this bus. I know my rights. And if I get off this bus, somebody a lot bigger than me will have to throw me off. He didn't look that big sitting down.
Riley, is that you? Where have you been? What happened?
What's the matter, Pop?
They can't do this to me. They won't get away with it. I'm a citizen. I owe as much taxes as the next guy.
Oh, Riley, calm down and tell us what happened.
Yeah, spill it, Pop.
I got thrown off a bus.
Oh, is that all?
Well, that's a fine answer. You'd think my own wife would show a little interest.
Of course I'm interested. Now, what really happened?
Well, this driver said my transfer was no good and he got rough.
Pop, you let a bus driver push you around?
Well, no. No bus driver's pushing your old man around. All he did was grab me by the seat of my pants, throw me down the steps and halfway into a sewer. Lucky for him, he didn't go too far.
All right, Riley, now sit down. Supper's ready.
I can't eat now. If I eat in the state I'm in, I'll get acute indigestion.
But, dear, we got a steak.
Okay, so I'll suffer. And so will that bus company suffer. I'm going to...
Riley, stop taking this so serious.
Well, believe me, it is serious. When a citizen of the United States don't dare get on a bus without a personal bodyguard.
You know what, Pop? You ought to take this up with the CIA.
CIA? What's that?
The Community Improvement Association. I saw something about it in the paper. Oh, yeah, here it is. Listen. The second meeting of the newly formed Community Improvement Association will be held tonight at the high school auditorium. J. Cheever Bennett, well-known local attorney, will preside. All citizens are urged to attend and air their complaints.
That's for me. I'm going there. My complaint needs a little airing.
Oh, Riley, why make such a fuss?
I ain't throwing out my hard-earned money on transfers they refuse.
But a transfer's only a few cents.
With me, it ain't the money. It's the principal and the money.
Hey, Riley, what are you doing around here?
Oh, hello, Gillis. I'm going to CIA meeting.
So am I.
I'm going to complain about the bus. What are you complaining about?
Nothing, just going for pleasure. I'm so sick of my wife's complaints, it'll be a relief to hear somebody else shoot their mouth off. You know, like the French say, a busboy's holiday.
Hey, we better go in. I think they started already.
Oh, yeah.
And when I organized this association, I did so with one paramount purpose in mind. Community improvement through community action. That's J. Cheever Bennett, the lawyer. Brilliant. Honor graduate from William and Mary.
You don't say. 2 colleges.
And so I say it is not only your civic right, but your civic duty to fight injustice wherever it rears its ugly head.
Gillis, I can't see. Please move your ugly head. Well, I'm very fancy.
And so it is up to you, the citizens of this community. Let us hear your complaints and we will act. The floor is now open.
Go on, Riley. Now's your chance.
Well, I've been thinking it over. I changed my mind.
Come, we're here to share each other's problems.
My friend here, Riley, has a complaint he wants to bring before this august body.
Mr. Riley has the floor.
Well, this evening I was standing on the corner waiting for a bus. There I was, a decent, lovable, and there I was, laying in the gutter with a transfer in my hand. And I say to you, is that a way to treat the gutters of our fair city? I thank you.
I am sure that Mr. Riley's shameful experience has aroused the righteous indignation in each and every one of us.
Oh, it was awful.
My friends, something must be done, and done immediately.
Sooner than immediately.
We must fight this in the courts, a test case. We must sue.
Hey, wait, just a minute. Wait.
The bus company must realize that it cannot trample roughshod on the rights of the people. Come on. Mr. Riley, if you put that in the form of a motion.
But I don't want to sue.
You're out of order. Do I hear a motion?
But I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Will someone second it?
I also second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
The motion is carried. Mr. Riley, we understand your natural trepidation in getting involved in a court case. You are worried about expenses, lawyers' fees. But let me assure you, sir, that this organization will stand behind you with every cent in its treasury. And now I would like to pass the hat around for a defense fund. We'll start with you, Mr. Riley.
Track.
Oh, honest, Riley. Anybody who'd get mixed up in a lawsuit with a big bus company
it's all
is just...
settled. My head's made up.
It's not settled. I want you to drop the whole thing. What have you got to gain? You're only suing for 51 cents.
It's not the money. I'm just doing my duty as a citizen. This is a test case, an experiment. Someday you'll be proud that you're married to a guinea pig.
Ah, gee, Pop, I guess you're a pretty important guy.
Son, when you put it that way, how can I argue with you?
I don't like this, Riley.
Meg, will you please stop worrying? I'm a cinch to win this case. Guess who's going to be here in a little while with my lawyer? The bus company's lawyer, Andrew Crow.
Andrew Crow?
Yeah.
Why, he's the famous criminal lawyer.
They're scared. They know they're dealing with me, so they got a criminal lawyer.
Pop, what's he coming here for?
He wants to compromise me. You know, settle out of court.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But I ain't gonna. I'm gonna lick him in court. The whole town's counting on me.
But, Riley, don't you...
that's them. Now, Peg, let me do the talking.
Well, Riley, my esteemed client.
Hello, Mr. Bennett. Come in.
Riley, this is Mr. Crow, who represents the bus company.
Oh. Well, you can't always be on the winning side, huh, Mr. Crow?
Not always. The fact is, Mr. Riley, my client is willing to effect a compromise, but Mr. Bennett here refuses.
Oh, absolutely. We demand vindication in court. On that score, my client and I are of one mind.
That's right. We got only one mind between us.
But, Mr. Riley, my company is willing to tender a formal apology.
Riley, if they're willing to apologize...
So, Mr. Crow, they're willing to apologize, huh?
Yes.
Will the president of the company get down on his knees in the bus terminal?
Well, hardly.
Then nothing doing. We'll settle this in court tomorrow.
Very well. Oh, yes. And by the way, Mr. Riley, I hope you realize that if you insist on going to trial, we shall be forced to institute a countersuit against you on behalf of the bus driver for assault and battery with intent to kill. The maximum penalty is 5 years. Good day.
Wait, Mr. Crow. Let's talk this over.
Good day, Mr. Riley.
No, wait, please, Mr. Crow. Here, sit down. Have a cigar. Peg, get him a Coke. Junior, shine his shoes.
You've changed your mind, Mr. Riley?
No, just a moment, Crow. My client is a man of principle, and for that principle, he's willing to risk 10 years in jail. Now, wait, Bennett. He only said 5.
5 years is a long time, Mr. Riley.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Riley, tell Mr. Crow you'll compromise.
Yeah. Listen, Mr. Crow, I'm willing to settle. I got nothing against the bus company. I love that bus company. I'd rather sniff their carbon monoxide than the best perfume. Let's settle, huh?
Well, now you're being sensible.
Oh, just a moment, Crow. You can't come in here and use your vicious blackmailing tricks.
Blackmail? You accuse me, Andrew Crow, of blackmail? Why, you unmitigated scoundrel.
Please, Mr. Crow. I'll have you disbarred for this. Please, Mr.
Dare you threaten me with disbarment?
Listen to me. I want to settle.
Settle? It's out of the question. You want to fight, you'll get one.
No, you can't scare us, Crow. I'm ready to fight this case right up to the Supreme Court. If it takes every cent that Riley has. Bennett, please stay off my side. Listen, Mr. Crow.
There's nothing more to be said. Good day.
Oh, don't worry, Riley. We've got him on the run. Yeah, he's on the run, all right. But he's chasing me.
Well, Riley had a run-in with a bus driver and got thrown off the bus. He complained at a community meeting, and now he finds he's the plaintiff in a lawsuit against the bus company. The trial has been going on all morning, and as we look in on the courtroom now, Riley's friend Gillis is on the stand as a character witness.
Order in the court. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Gillis.
Yeah, Judge.
Well, like I was saying, I've always known Riley to be a man of the highest character, honesty, integrity, and indecency.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. That is all.
Oh, good old Gillis. He sure come through for me, Peg.
How'd I do, pal?
Great, Gillis. I appreciate what you've done. And someday I'll commit perjury for you, too.
Mr. Riley, take the stand.
I'm coming, Judge.
Order in the court! One more outburst and I will clear the courtroom. Mr. Crow, proceed with the cross-examination.
Mr. Riley, you're suing my client, the bus company, for the sum of 51 cents. What is the 1 cent for?
That's for the fare that I was chiseled out of.
But isn't the fare 10 cents?
Well, sure, but the transfer part is exactly 1 cent's worth.
And how do you know it's exactly 1 cent's worth?
Well, the whole trip is 10 cents. You go 9 miles on the first bus and 1 mile on the transfer bus. 10 miles, 10 cents. That's 1 cent a mile. I got gypped out of 1 mile, so you owe me 1 cent.
How do you know the transfer bus goes exactly 1 mile?
I took a taxi and I measured it.
And now tell us, please, what is the 50 cents for?
I waited an hour for the bus, and it took me another hour to walk home. My time is valuable. It's worth at least 25 cents an hour.
Mr. Riley, do you actually expect the jury to believe that a healthy man like you took an hour to walk a mere mile? Are you sure you took the shortest way home?
Sure, I'm sure. I went past Mike's barber shop.
You can prove that?
Well, sure. Ask the boys who were in the back. They were having a crap game, and they asked me to watch out for the cops.
I see. Then you did not go directly home.
Well, I made up for lost time. I took a shortcut across Lafayette Park.
Frankly, I don't believe you, Mr. Riley.
I can prove I went through that park. Ask my wife. That night I brought her home 3 dozen roses I picked from the flower beds.
I believe you. Now, the park is only 1 block from your house, and you had, let's say, about 30 minutes left. 30 minutes to walk 1 block?
Well, I needed a rest. I stood on the corner in front of a billboard. It had a picture of Lana Turner on it in a bathing suit.
You looked at it for 30 minutes?
Well,
Remember, you're under oath.
Lana Turner now has a mustache.
That will be all, Mr. Riley. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you going to believe the testimony of an honest, hard-working bus driver, or a man who, by his own admission, acts as a lookout for illegal gambling dens, steals flowers from parks maintained by your taxes, who wantonly defaces private property and insults the glory of womanhood?
What a revolting development this is.
The defense rests.
Court is recessed 1 hour for lunch. When we reconvene, I shall charge the jury.
Oh, Peg, they got me. They'll send me to jail, sure.
Now, don't worry, dear. Everything will be all right.
My brain hurts. I'm going to take my head for a walk around the block. Oh, I'm a goner.
Let me be the judge of that.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, were you in court? Did you hear the evidence?
Yes, but don't despair, Riley. Keep fighting. In my profession, we have a saying. Never give up, though things look black. Till the case is closed, a man can bounce back.
Gee, Digger, I never thought this would wind up in a courtroom.
Courtroom. The learned judge quietly snoring at the taxpayer's expense. The opposing attorneys with their thumbs on the scale of justice. The pretty young murderess lifting her skirt to show her dainty limbs to the jury. I adore being on juries. It's okay.
That bus company. I'm through with buses. From now on, I'm walking. So help me, I'll never ride anywhere again.
Oh, yes, you will, believe me. O'Reilly, look, isn't that the judge over there?
Yeah, that's him. In that car over there.
He can't get it started.
Oh, that's okay with me. Look at that classy car. I bet he never rode on a bus in his life. No wonder he's prejudiced.
Riley, why don't you help him start his car? He'll appreciate it. It may influence his decision.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So long, Digger.
Cheerio. I'd better be doubling off.
Pardon me, Judge.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Riley.
You having a little trouble with your car?
Yes, it never happened before.
Well, let me take a look under the hood.
It isn't necessary. I can...
Now, just leave it to me, Judge. I know cars. I got a mechanical head. Now, let's see. Try it now, Judge. Try it now.
I am. Now it's completely dead. This is most annoying. I'm expected downtown, and I've got to be back before court reconvenes.
Your Honor, why don't you take the bus?
Bus?
Stops right here.
A bus? Yes, I could do that.
Listen, Judge, about my case.
Now, Mr. Riley, it's unethical for me to discuss it with you.
But I'm willing to drop the whole matter.
I'm afraid it's a little too late for that.
But, Your Honor...
Mr. Riley, this world would be a much better place if we all practiced a little more tolerance. Instead of rushing into court on the least provocation for purposes of revenge, we should be tolerant. The bus. See you in court, Mr. Riley?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll ride along with you.
Oh, no, I'd rather you...
Come on, get on the bus. They ain't good all day. Lift it, Grandpa, lift it.
He means you, Judge.
He does? Sir, are you...
No conversation. Put your fare in the box.
See here, driver.
Pay the fare, Judge.
The fare? Oh, yes. All I have is a dollar bill. Would you change it, please?
Change? You think I got nothing better to do than make change all day? What do you think this is, a bank?
Now, look here, my man. You keep a civil tongue in your head.
Judgey, you gotta be tolerant.
And let me inform you, driver.
Shaking that finger in my face, you zombie.
I'll shake my finger as much as I want.
Oh, my eye. Okay, you asked for it. How do you like it?
Why, he slapped me.
Judge, turn the other cheek. He got that one, too.
How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll have you.
Enough out of you. Come on, get up or I'll throw you off.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see you throw the judge off. Why? He threw us off. Yeah, Judge. Now, about my case.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the testimony in this case, and I now recommend that you bring in a verdict in favor of the plaintiff, Jester A. Riley. Of course, you are perfectly free to bring in a verdict in favor of the bus company, in which case I'll hold you all in contempt of court.
Peg, we won. I told you we'd win.
Oh, I'm so glad it's over. Lucky for us that judge had to take the bus. And what a lucky break that his car wouldn't start.
Yeah, that was a lucky break. Oh, gee, I almost forgot.
Riley, where are you going?
To the judge's car. I gotta put back those spark plugs.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites to be the guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced for Peel by Irving Becker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Coslow.
Suggestion. Switch to Postum. The makers of Postum, the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, present those two lovable old characters from the hill country, Lum and Abner. Remember the old proverb, try was never beaten? Well, I wonder how true that is in the case of a person who's grouchy and bad-tempered on account of indigestion. I dare say in that case you try hard enough to be cheerful and pleasant, but with indigestion, it isn't always so easy to make the grade. So why not remember this? A frequent cause of indigestion is coffee nerves. For it's a well-known fact that although many people can drink coffee without getting upset, many others cannot. And that's why, when you think coffee disagrees with you, you can't do anything better than to try Postum. The reason being that Postum contains no caffeine or stimulant of any kind that could possibly cause you distress. And you'll enjoy Postum, for it has its own distinctive, delicious flavor. A flavor that has made Postum the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes. And once you taste Postum, once you know how cheering and satisfying it really is, you'll wish you'd made Postum your regular mealtime drink long ago. So if coffee is spoiling your digestion, and thereby making you an old grouch, try drinking Postum instead of coffee. See if you don't feel better, even in a few days. And in 2 weeks, long enough to give Postum a really fair trial, see if you aren't your happy, smiling, good-natured self again. Drink Postum. There's a reason. And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, friends, Florence Beaumont, the wealthy widow to whom Lum wrote a proposal of marriage, after seeing her advertisement for a husband in the county seat newspaper, arrived in Pine Ridge last Monday. Much to Lum's consternation, she brought with her 7 children by her first marriage. As we look in on the little community today, we find Squire Skimp over at the Jot 'em Down store, talking with Lum. Listen.
No, Lum, I'm afraid that wouldn't make any difference. She has that letter that you wrote her asking her to marry her. So she's got a clear case of breach of promise if she wants to sue. Well, couldn't I turn around and sue her for misrepresenting things? She never said a word in that advertisement about having all them young'uns. No, well, you should have found out more about her, before you proposed to her. Yeah. Of course, now the idea may not occur to her that she could sue. I don't know, Squire. I can tell by looking at her. She'll sue. Yes, well, now, the thing to do is just not to offend her in any way, Lum. Be as nice to her as you can. Trouble is, if I get to being nice to her, I'll encourage her. She will want to marry me, sure enough, then. Yes, it's so true. Well, of course, now it might be that after you get to know the little lady better, Lum, you might want to marry her. Remember now, she's got all that money. Yeah, and she's got all them kids, too. Well, of course, I've never seen her or the children either, as far as that goes. If you had, you wouldn't be trying to get me to marry her either. You'd be trying to study up some way to get out of this mess. Yes. Well, what kind of a looking lady is she, Lum? Well, she's sort of red-headed and fat, and the meanest look out of them eyes I ever seen. Red-eyed, too, you might say. Well. And a whole mouthful of gold teeth. Has she said anything about how much money she's got, Lum? Well, she ain't come right out and said, but I don't care if she's got $100 million, Squire. I've decided I don't want to get married. Yes, well, that's your business. Well, I might take the case over and talk to her, Lum. See if I can get the idea of marriage out of her head for you. Well, I don't know whether it'll do any good or not, Squire. She's been telling around to everybody that she's mad that me and her is going to get married. Well, that's bad. Yes, she's liable to give you some trouble. I got Abner over there now talking to her. He's going to talk to her, tell her a bunch of stuff about me to where I hope she ain't going to want to marry me. Yes, well, that's what I had in mind, too, Lum. Make you appear so ridiculous that she'll be glad to forget the whole thing and going back to Nashville. In fact, if you can get her to accept your proposal in writing, then if she does leave town, well, you can sue her for horse bomb. No, I don't want her to sue her. Just get her out of town. That's all I want. Folks have been joshing the life out of me. Everybody I see starts calling me Papa and asks me how my family is and all that stuff. Be embarrassed. Yes, well, I've heard some awful funny remarks made, too, Lum. I ain't heard none that I thought was very funny. Well, down around the barber shop, they've had some good laughs out of it. You say you believe you can make her forget the whole thing going back home? Yes, I do, Lum. Of course, I had to take some of my time to work it out. Well, how much would you say it's worth to you to get her to leave town? I don't know. I ain't got much. Well, if she sues you for breach of promise, she's liable to take what little you have got, though. Yeah, I had one of them suits once. What do you charge, Squire? Oh, I don't know what it on. Ought to be worth $25 to get rid of her, I think. Yeah, but supposing your idea don't work and she don't leave. Oh, well, I'll give you a guarantee on it, If she don't leave town, why, you don't owe me a nickel. But you'll have to agree to do just as I tell you to, or you will pay me $25 regardless. Well, maybe it'll be something I don't want to do, though. Well, I can't guarantee to get her to leave town if you won't work with me. Well, what is it you want me to do? Well, I don't know. I haven't decided, Lum, but you'll have to work with me on it. All right. I'll have to make you appear very ridiculous. So absurd that she won't want to marry you under any conditions. Well, now, wait a minute. How you aiming on making me ridiculous? Well, I told you I didn't know, Lum. I'll think of something, though. You can depend on that. I'll make you ridiculous. Don't worry about that at all, Lum. I don't know, Squire. We better talk this over first. You figure out what all you want me to do, and I'll look over the list and then let you know. Well, all right. If that's the way you want it, well, I'll go over there and have a talk with her and see what I can study up on it. Yeah. Quicker we can get her out of them tourist cabins over there, the better off we'll be, too. Never had but 3 of them furnished, and it taken all 3 of them for her and the young'uns. How many children has she got, Lum? 7. Oh. 2 sets of twins in the bunch. Well, yes, that is a rather large family for a man to just deliberately marry into. Well, it ain't that so much. You just ought to see them. Wildest bunch of heathens I ever seen. Yeah. They just about wrecked that tourist team. All that stove wood we had hauled in there, they built a big bonfire and burnt that up. Had to call out the fire department and all that stuff. And their mama never even whipped them for it. Said they was just playing. Well, playing. Yeah, her her tell it, them children can't do nothing wrong. Ball me out for putting the fire out. Yes, well, now, the children probably need some man to tame them down a little, Might help, but I don't want to be the man, I know that. Just at least start training wild animals. That's who she ought to marry, is a wild animal trainer. Yes, yes. He's out there yesterday chunking rocks that everybody had come by out there. Brown Uncle Henry Lunsford cleaned up on the porch of Dick Huddleston's store. Why, the little scallywag. Knocked the window lights out of one of them street cars. Well, I don't know whether I want to go over and see her or not, Lum. Well, if they're in one of them rock-throwing humors, you better keep an eye on them. They ain't fooling when they turn one of them rocks loose. I found that out. Look at here. Well, for goodness sake, Lum. You mean one of them hit you there with a rock? It was supposed to be a snowball, but there was a rock inside of it. Yes, well, there's been a rock there connected with your head. I can see that. I can feel it, too. No, I wouldn't make a bump like that, Holmes. And everybody's saying I ought to go ahead and marry the widow. Wait a minute, Shauna comes Abner. Maybe you done some good talking to her. Yes, well, I hope so for your sake, Lum. That would be terrible, married to a woman like that, after living quietly for all these years by yourself. Yeah, come in, Abner.
Well, howdy. Oh, Squaw.
Yes, how are you today, Abner?
Oh, first rate, I reckon.
Well, what'd she say, Abner? How'd you come out?
Well, I come out running, but she never said a whole lot.
Running?
Yeah, them kids out there chunking rocks. That woman's crazy, Lum.
Well, tell me what she said and what you said.
Well, I just told her all that stuff that you said to tell her. Told her that you was honest and you had a bad name around town here for beating your debts and all that stuff.
You did,
Yeah, she said she'd make a new man out of you. Said folks just never understood you. That was the trouble.
Never understood me, huh?
Yeah. Then I give her that and about you having such a bad temper and beating up on people when you got mad.
What'd she say?
Yeah, she said she'd like to see you try that on her once. She'd tame you down. Said her first man thought he was mean, too, till she busted a chair over his head. I found out one thing, Olaf. She's been married 4 times.
4 times?
That's what she said. Said she never saw a man yet that she couldn't get along with.
See there what I'm up against, Squire?
Yes, it looks like you've got yourself in some trouble,
Well, I can't marry her. That's all there are to it.
She said she almost got married 3 or 4 months ago, Lum.
Greenies, I wish she'd had her.
Said he backed out on her, and then she sued him for breaches of promises.
Oh, my goodness.
You might as well get yourself a lawyer right now, Lum.
Greenies, I'm going to get her out of town some way or other.
Well, she can't leave now, Lum. Her little girl's sick.
Sick?
Yeah, one of the young'uns sick in bed. Said she had a fever all last night.
Well, soon she's up, we got to study up some way to get her out of town.
Yeah, well, I called Doc Miller, and he come in just as I was leaving a while ago. Wouldn't surprise me to see him just stay here, though, Lum, where you and her gets married or not, for she said she likes Pine Ridge better than any town she ever seen in her life.
Yeah, I ought to have had more sense to answer that advertisement in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, Squire, Greenies, you better go over there and talk to her and tell me what to do. I'll do anything you say. I don't care what it is.
Yeah, she said she wanted you to send some groceries over there, too, Lum.
Well, did you collect for that last batch we sent over?
No. She said you'd take care of it. Said she was here as your guest, and she refuses to pay rent over at the tourist camp, too.
Oh, my God. Go ahead and answer the phone, Abner.
Oh, yeah.
And if ain't liable for no bill, she runs up around town here, Emma Squire.
Why, I wouldn't think so, Lum. Hello? Jot 'em down, store. Who? Oh, yeah. She has. For the land's sakes. Uh-huh. Oh, I won't. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll tell him. Goodbye. That's Doc Miller, Lum. Says that little girl's got the whooping cough, and he's got to quarantine them. And said the widow wants you to come over there right away and get some medicine for her.
Well, it looks as though Lum has really gotten himself into something this time. I wonder if you can see this picture go before your eyes as I can. Here's a man with work to do, and not too much time to do it in. He's a tired man, priming himself with coffee, cup after cup of it. And finally, he's an irritable man, nervous, jittery, hard to get along with. You know, that may even be a picture of you yourself. And like the man in the picture, maybe your nervousness, too, is due to coffee nerves. For while many people can drink coffee without getting jittery, many others should never touch it. Well, I'd like to suggest, if you think you have coffee nerves, that you switch to Postum. For Postum has no caffeine, no stimulant, nothing in it to set your nerves on edge. And Postum will surely appeal to you, both for its cheering, fragrant aroma and distinctive, full-bodied flavor that's Postum's own. So see what happens. If you're bothered by coffee nerves, see if switching to Postum for a couple of weeks doesn't really make you happier. See if your nerves aren't steadier again. Ask your grocer for Postum tomorrow. Don't forget, friends, to come along with us next Friday evening at this same time when we again visit Pine Ridge with Lum and Abner. Lou Crosby speaking. And remember, Postum, your best bet for a good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A look at the golden times that made radio famous. Tonight we will hear the suspense drama Casey, Crime Photographer. But first we will hear from Amos and Andy. Early in the history of Amos and Andy, Freeman Godson and Charles Correll played all the parts, over 100 separate voice characterizations. Later, there were other players added to the cast. Godson played Amos Jones, a very sober, upright fellow, and Correll played Andy, anybody's fool, and the perfect example of there's one born every minute. Andy was forever being tricked by another Godson character, the Kingfish. It never failed, and Andy would have a few dollars that the Kingfish would get one way or another. In fact, the Kingfish became so popular that Amos became a part-time character. This program was first heard on December 8, 1944, and in it the Kingfish helps Andy make an investment.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, will you?
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Well, a few weeks ago, crossed wires in the home of Mr. and Mrs. George Kingfish Stevens started a fire in the living room which destroyed or damaged most of the furniture. Luckily, the Kingfish had a fire insurance policy covering it all, and at the moment we find Henry Van Porter at the Stevens home with a check covering the loss.
Well, Kingfish, here's your check from our insurance company in the amount of $400. Now, I hope you realize the great value of having insurance.
Oh, thanks, Henry. $400, and all on account of having a short circuit in them wires. Great thing, them wires.
Well, that's what caused the conflagration, all right. Your fire started here in the living room under the Davenport, didn't it?
Yeah, Henry. I was laying on the sofa, and before I knew it, it was burning all around me.
Yeah. Well, didn't you notice it with all that burning horsehair? It must have smelled awful.
Well, it did, Henry, but I thought it was my wife's fire cooking supper. You see, you know, when it comes to cooking, she ain't exactly no Oscar of the Ritz.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, in going over the list of damaged furniture, one thing that puzzled us considerable at the insurance company office was how 2 bedroom chairs got in the living room in time to get burned.
Yeah, well, now, that's what I'm going to explain to you. I tell you, Henry, when I discovered that the place was on fire, my first thought was of the poor insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
I say to myself, how can I help the insurance company? Then an idea hit me.
Yes, go on.
I runs into the bedroom, and I grabs 2 of them beautiful chairs that I had in there, you see. And I started to carry them out by the way of the front door. And then I say to myself, I cut through the living room here, you see, make a shortcut.
Yes?
Suddenly I tripped, and the chairs fly right out of my hands, right into the flames. I tell you, I could have sit down and cried.
Yes. Well, if you ever have another fire, Kingfish,
We would appreciate it very much if you would forget the interest of the insurance company and let the flames get to the furniture by themselves.
Yeah, I'll do that. Now, look, and all I was trying to do was
hello, Henry. I didn't know you was here.
Hello, Sapphire.
Come in, honey.
Yes, I just come by to give George the $400 check for the insurance claim.
Oh, wonderful. Well, George, now that we got this check, I want you to take it right down to the bank to deposit it. Because tomorrow I want to go out and buy some new furniture.
Okay, honey, I'll deposit it. Oh, and look at all this beautiful money. $401 bills. Ain't that the most magnificent sight you done ever see?
Yeah, sure pretty all right. But don't you think you ought to deposit in the bank like Sapphire says instead of just cashing the check?
Oh, I'm going to deposit, but when you get $401 bills, you got to love them, have a little pleasure with them before you let them go, you know.
Well, come on. Sit up at the desk here where I can talk to you.
Well, hello there.
Hi, Amos. Hi.
Just dropping by. Kingfish, what is you doing laying on the floor there all covered up with dollar bills?
Yeah, ain't that the craziest thing you done ever seen, Amos?
Oh, look, fellas, everybody has their depressed desires. With me, it's always been to lay on the floor buried in money. Say, Andy, would you mind slapping a couple of more bills on my face? I think I'm beginning to show through there.
Yeah, you're big pizzas, too. I got $75 on them, and they still ain't covered.
Kingfish, if that's the insurance money that you and Sapphire is going to buy furniture with, you ought to put that in the bank.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to do, Amos. I just wanted to be close to this stuff for a couple of minutes. Boy, look at that picture on the bill there. Ain't that a great face? The father of our country.
Kingfish, why don't you pick that money up? Besides, you ain't counted it for at least 5 minutes now.
Yeah, maybe I better here. Let me stack it up here, get it together, and kind of pile it up here on the desk, yeah.
Yeah, well, fellas, I got to get back to my taxi. See you later, Andy. So long, millionaire.
Yeah, so long.
Oh, hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Amos. Glad to see you. Is you leaving?
Yeah, I'll be seeing you, Gabby. Come in.
Come in, Gabby. Come in.
Oh, well, Andy Kingfish. Glad to see you. Glad to see you.
Yeah, how's you, Gabby?
Oh, I just dropped in to say hello. Just want to say hello. Wait a minute. Can I believe my eyes, or do I really see George Washington peeking at me from hundreds of different places?
Well, it ain't Patrick Henry.
Yeah, that's my insurance money, $400.
Oh, I see. 400. My.
Gabby, what is you doing putting your face down on the desk in that money?
Oh, it's so soft on my cheeks, so soft. Oh, that feels so good.
You know, between you and the Kingfish, you're going to rub all the ink off of them bills.
What you going to do with the money, Kingfish? What you going to do?
Well, I'm going to deposit it in the bank.
What a shame. Putting money in the bank is financial suicide. You can invest that money and double it overnight. By tomorrow morning, you can have $800 instead of $400. Then if you invest it overnight again, it would amount to $1,600. Then if you done it again, it would amount to it would amount to a large figure.
Overnight profit. Gabby, you done give me a thought there. Say, Andy, Sapphire don't need that money till tomorrow.
Yeah, and from what Gabby say there, the best time to invest money is at night.
That's right. Be sure you pick the right brokers. Otherwise they'll have to pick you. You get the wrong brokers, you're up against what is known as the cash dividend.
How you think a cash dividend?
Well, you give them your cash, they divvy it up, and that's the end. That's cash dividend if I ever heard it. So long, boys. Good luck to you.
Yeah, so long, Gabby.
Goodbye, Gabby. Say, Andy, look in the classified telephone book there under investment brokers and see what you can find.
Yeah, okay, Kingfish.
Yeah, get in there.
Oh, boy, you sure got a break getting all this money.
Yeah, I sure did, didn't I?
Yeah, let me see here now.
Well, what'd you see there?
Oh, here's one. Here's one right here. Morgan Investments. You know something? That must be the famous House of Morgan. Yeah, say Frank Morgan, President.
Yeah. Let me see that number, Andy. I'll call it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Andy, if this investment thing work out like Gabby said it will, I'm going to take the money that I doubled overnight and go into the investment business myself. Yeah, it might take in with me as a money stacker, you know, to keep the money in a nice, neat pile, you know.
Yeah. Oh, boy, I'd like that. I'll take that job.
Wait a minute.
So, Morgan Investment Company, our motto is, what have you got to lose? Morgan speaking.
Is this Mr. Morgan himself?
Are you an investor or investigator?
I was an investor.
Oh, you are? Well, this is Morgan himself. What can I do for you?
Miss Morgan, I has got $400 to invest, and I is interested in your overnight profit doubling department.
400? Oh, well, our department is interested in you, too.
I has heard good things about the House of Morgan, you see.
The House of Morgan. You think I'm... Oh, yes. Yes, speaking for the House of Morgan, I'll be personally delighted to take I'll take care of your $400. Suppose you come over to my place sometime at your convenience. No rush, say in about 6 minutes.
We'll make it as fast as we can.
Well, welcome to the House of Morgan. Sit down, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Brown, make yourself at home.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Funny thing, this ain't exactly how I pictured a big investment broker's office was going to look.
Yeah, me neither. You know something, Kingfish? Judging from the furniture, my office could almost pass for the House of Morgan.
Well, now, you see, boys, this is the little unpretentious office where I started in business 40 years ago, and I've always kept it. Keeps me from getting a big head. And I've also found it an excellent place to get over one. But, Mr. Stevens, let's get down to the matter of the money I'm going to invest for you. Now, the stock I've got in mind for you is Brazilian brass, selling at 20 1/4. It's a great buy, but you've got to move fast.
Brazilian brass?
Yes.
Don't seem like I ever heard of that.
What? You never heard of the brass mines of Brazil?
I ain't never heard of no brass mines no place.
You've never heard of brass mines? Never heard of brass mines? My good man, you believe me if I told you I saw these brass mines with my very own eyes.
I would believe you.
You would? Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I saw these mines under peculiar circumstances. When it first became known that pure, refined brass was being mined in a raw state, it immediately struck me as a great investment possibility. Rather than venture blindly into an unknown field, several other investment bankers and myself decided to take a trip to the Brazilian brass mines. After weeks and weeks of misery and hardship, our travels brought us to the headquarters of the Amazon.
The traveling was pretty tough, huh?
Well, it was until we got out of the United States. Having arrived at our ultimate destination, we lost no time fulfilling the purpose of our mission. And by the way, these mines were actually mountains of solid brass, honeycombed with tunnels. What a picturesque, thrilling sight it was that first morning as the sun rose. Literally thousands of natives out there polishing the foothills.
Mr. Morgan, you mean to say there was a mountain there of solid brass?
Mountain? There's a mountain range stretching away as far as the eye can reach. A shimmering line of brass. Reminded me of a long brass rail. In fact, one evening I'd had a sip too much of the native goat milk and tried to rest my foot on it.
Goat milk, huh?
Yes.
That investment sounds great all right, Mr. Morgan, but as long as I only invest in overnight, I'd kind of like to keep the money in this country, you see.
Yes, I is crazy about brass stock, too, Mr. Morgan. Only thing is, we want to invest in something that ain't going to turn green on us.
Green, yes, I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me call and get the latest quotation on Brazilian brass.
Phone him there. Fine.
As I told you an hour ago, it was 20 1/4. I'd like to see you get in on this before it goes too high.
Yeah.
What's Brazilian brass?
When you hear the tone, the time will be 5:34 1/2.
Yes. Well, it's just as I told you. It's up to 34 1/2. And, incidentally, it's getting late.
34 1/2. You think it's going higher?
Every minute.
Here's my $400, Mr. Morgan. Get me as much of it as you can, and I'll see you tomorrow. Brother Andy, this is the smartest move I'd have ever made.
Well, the Kingfish has invested his $400 with Frank Morgan, who he thinks is a reputable investment counsel. As the Kingfish told Andy, he plans to take the profit from the deal and open up an investment business of his own, taking Andy in with him. It's the following morning, and Andy is already 2 hours deep in the investment business. He's just returned to the office and is talking to his new part-time secretary.
You know, Miss Blue, this investment business is going to make my office here the Wall Street of Harlem. Tell me this, was there any calls while I was out?
Yeah, so there was one, Mr. Brown, a man named Roberts called.
Oh, great, yeah. What do he want to invest in?
I don't know. All he said was that your laundry won't be ready for 4 weeks.
Maybe I better invest in some underwear and shirts myself. You know, this investment business is sure getting off to a slow start. But as soon as we get that money, things will start rolling around here.
Yes, I think money is certainly nice to have in a business.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is start lining up some investors. Miss Blue, take a letter to the Harlem Bank.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown. I'll get my coat.
Wait a minute. No. I want to write it. Wait a minute. You can take a letter in shorthand, can't you?
Well, yeah. Yes, I can if you want me to, but I don't think it's always wise. There'll be a lot of people that can't read my shorthand.
But after you get it in shorthand, you could write it on the typewriter, couldn't you?
No, sir. You see, I was one of the people that can't read it.
All right. Forget the letters. One thing you can do around here, though, is answer the telephone. Being the big executive, I ain't supposed to answer the phone even when I is here. You has got to take all the calls and then find out whether I is in or not.
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
And another thing. Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Andy.
Hold it, Kingfish. Miss Blue, what did I just tell you? Take this call and find out if I is in, will you?
Yeah. Hello. Mr. Brown, stenographer speaking.
What's the matter? Did he faint?
I'll see if he's in.
Yeah, he must be on the floor there someplace. Look around there for him.
Is you in, Mr. Brown?
Is I in? Yeah, I guess so. This is a mess. Hello, Kingfish.
Hello, Anna. What's going on over there?
Oh, I'm just trying to get things organized here.
Yeah, well, try to hold yourself in a little, Andy. The way it looked to me, we was over-organized now.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Miss Blue, you go in the back office and practice up on your shorthand, will you?
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
Hello. What's on your mind, Kingfish?
Say, Andy, can you meet me here at the Lodge Hall in about 10 minutes? It's time for us to go down and see this fellow Morgan and get our money.
Oh, yeah. It ought to be up to around $800 now. $800 by now. I'll be there, Kingfish.
Okay, Andy, so long.
Oh, boy, this show is going to be a tough one.
Hello, Andy. How is you?
Oh, hello there, Shorty. Hi. Where's you been for the last few days?
Well, you see, I had to go over to the... I took the train. I rode the bus to... when I got there, you see, I had to go to see... I ain't been nowhere.
For a second there, it sounded like you was going on a world tour. Glad you dropped in, though, Shorty, because I got some good news.
Yeah, I was always glad to hear good news, Andy.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Kingfish done bought some Brazilian brass stock yesterday from a fellow by the name of Frank Morgan. Now, the man is doubling our money overnight, and we're going to pick up the profit this morning. And then me and the Kingfish is going in the investment business ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing for you to do, all right, yeah.
Yeah, well, first thing we want to do is to take all the money that you has done earned and invest it for you. How much you got?
Well, in cash in the bank, I got in stocks, I got in bonds, I done save. In real estate, I owned. I ain't got a dime.
Well, Shorty, get some money, will you? Get some money. Oh, say, I got to go over and meet the Kingfish and help him carry his money home. Hello, Amos. Hello there. Yeah.
Hi, Andy. Say, where you going?
Well, I is in a hurry, Amos. I got to be running along. I'll see you later.
Okay, son. Say, that boy really in a rush, ain't he, Shorty? Where is he going?
Well, the Kingfish and Andy done invested some money, and they expect they're going to double it overnight, and they're going down now to get the money.
Oh, ain't they done learned yet that you can't double your money overnight? Guys, anybody that would tell them that must be out of the head or a crook, one of the two.
Well, then with the profits, they're going in the investments business. And Andy wanted to invest my life savings for me, but I fooled him. I threw him off the track. I told him I was broke.
Yeah, well, you done the smart thing, Shorty.
Yeah, I told him that, but I really got 89 cents.
Now, look here. I is going to find out about this deal from Andy's secretary, and if there's anything suspicious about it, I is going to the police. Shorty, did Andy tell you what his broker's name was?
Oh, yeah, he told me. He said his name was Frank Brass. I mean Brazilian Morgan. No, I mean Brass. Brazilian. He didn't say.
Hello, ticket office. This is Frank Morgan. I called up earlier about a reservation to Chicago. When can I pick it up?
In about 3 months.
Well, that's fine. 3 months? Well, I've got to leave town tonight. I should be out of here now.
Is this trip really necessary?
Necessary? Really, brother? You have no idea. I don't want the police... now listen here, you young pipsqueak. Hello? Hello? Hung up on me. Maybe I'd better call the bus company and see if they can...
Hello, Mr. Morgan. Hello there.
Hello, Brown. Stevens. I was just thinking about you.
See, you got all your luggage here, Mr. Morgan. Going out of town, huh?
Well, yes, I've got to get away for a while. It's a bad climate here. I've got to go to a colder place.
But it's winter. It ain't hot here now.
Well, I know, but it is for me.
Well, if you were in a hurry, we'll get right down to business, Miss Morgan. Now, we done come over here to see you about a thing. You see, you done had the money overnight, and we just dropped in for the $800.
Oh, yes, $800. Well, there's a little matter I want to explain to you about this Brazilian brass.
Yeah.
You see, your stock, being a Brazilian security, must be registered prior to resale on the foreign exchange. After which a certificate of beneficial interest is issued in your name and impounded through escrow as a first lien debenture with prorated accruals.
Yeah. Look like he got a hold of some more of that goat's milk than me. I don't know.
Yeah, we better come back later.
Look, Miss Morgan, about the $800.
Now, it's very simple, boys. You see, there's also a proxy that's hypothecated upon the refunding equipment represented by the scrip dividends held in the voting trust and as non-negotiable fiduciaries.
Miss Morgan, is you speaking Brazilian by any chance there to her?
You mean you didn't understand what I said?
Not a word.
Well, that's maybe I was speaking Brazilian. Yeah. Boys, I'm just trying to tell you that I can't give you your money back. Unfortunately, you're completely wiped out.
Yeah, but Mr. Morgan, now, wait just a minute, Mr. Morgan here. I gotta have this money. That's fire insurance money that my wife, Sapphire, gonna buy new furniture with. Claire it is. Yeah, so she's waiting to buy it now. We done had a fire up at my place. I live on 135th Street, and she'd kill me if I don't bring that money back.
Yes, wives are always buying furniture. It's a pity they can't buy any stock. I'm sorry, Stevens. You're wiped out.
Oh, but wait a minute, Sheriff.
Miss Morgan?
No.
I figured I'd find you here.
Hello, officer.
Well, luggage. Looks like I got here just in time.
You have? I mean, you did? Well, I'll be with you in a minute, officer. Stevens, hand me that direct phone to the stock exchange.
Oh, this one here, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Hello, what's Brazilian brass? Thank you. Goodbye. Boys, your stock's made a wonderful recovery. I can give you back your money in a nice profit of $100.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, I'll count it out here. 100, 200, 300. By the way, also, what can I do for you?
Would you like to buy a couple of tickets to the policeman's ball?
The policeman's ball? Well, guess what I saw? Well, never mind what I thought. I'd love to go. For a minute, I thought I might be tied up. Come back tomorrow, and I'll buy 12 tickets.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Well, boys, I've got to be going along.
Wait a minute, Mr. Morgan. You didn't finish counting out the money there.
Oh, well, now, let's not be too hasty. I have a sneaking feeling about that stock. You know, that market goes up and down pretty fast. Hand me the phone.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Hello, what's the latest quotation on Brazilian brass? Oh, thank you. Goodbye. Boys, it's moved down again. This time you're really wiped out.
Mr. Morgan, any chance of holding that thing steady till we get paid here?
Stevens, when you play the stock market, you've got to expect the thing.
Hello, Amos. Hello, what are you doing here?
Hello there, fellas. I hope we ain't too late.
Now, just a minute, my good man. That officer with you, is he here to sell tickets to the policeman's ball?
No, Morgan. I'm here on business.
Hand me the phone. No, wait a minute. That's not necessary. I'm beginning to know the trend of that stock. You've got a profit again. Here's your $500.
Amos, you great. Yeah, I'll go tell you something that you brought the policeman here just in the nick of time.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I certainly is glad I did, fella.
And as for you, Morgan, it looks like this is all straightened out, so I won't pull you in. But from now on, watch your step.
Oh, now, officer, you're talking to a reformed man. Please, officer, believe me. I couldn't do anything like that. Now, believe me, from now on, I'll never sell anything that I wouldn't sell to my own dear brother. By George, I wonder if my brother's got any money.
Now, look here, honey. Is you going to start all over again harping on me for investing that money instead of depositing it in the bank?
Now, George, that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard.
Yeah, but I done made a clean breast of it, and you got the $500 back instead of $400.
Yeah, but you ought to know when somebody's trying to put something over on you. You men's never get good things.
Oh, honey, please. Now, you done busted a vase over my head when I told you about it this morning, and I done give you all the money. I done had my punishment, so let's forget it.
Well, I will this time.
Yeah, you say you done ordered the furniture already, huh? Where'd you buy it?
Well, a furniture salesman just happened to drop by the house, and the way he described it, it sounded so good that I paid him in advance. And we ought to get it in about a week.
Yeah, what kind of furniture, and who is the man?
It's Brazilian furniture, and the man was named Frank Morgan.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Frank Morgan, who appeared through the courtesy of Maxwell House Coffee. For fun and frolic, tune in next Thursday evening to Maxwell House Coffee Time with Frank Morgan, Cass Daly, and Robert Yondi.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, Reba, boom, Spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen are the Showrunners Orchestra for singing glee. We're the Smoothies Three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Monday night brings Burns and Allen to your house again with this suggestion for a breakfast that is sure to start the day off right. Spam and pancakes. It's a swell combination. Golden, fluffy pancakes topped by a hearty chunk of melting butter surrounded by lightly browned, sizzling hot slices of Spam. Spam is tender, juicy meat that has a lip-smacking goodness all of its own. While the cakes are simmering on the griddle, open a can of Spam and fry slices quickly in a hot pan. The meaty flavor, the delicious taste of Spam fried is a breakfast hit that really satisfies husky appetite. Give your family Spam and pancakes, the new way to start the day. Just be sure you say to your food dealer, I want Spam. Those two Spam ambassadors of fun, George and Gracie, who, by the way, have just returned from San Diego, where, at the request of the government, they did a broadcast for the United States Navy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bud, I wish you'd been with us. What a thrill it was doing the broadcast before those 5,000 sailors in those spotless uniforms.
Oh, yes, it was.
Gracie, wouldn't you love to be a mother to all those boys?
What? And so on all those buttons? Oh.
Yeah, but what an impressive sight to see hundreds of airplanes zooming overhead.
You know, my sister Esther used to go around with an aviator. He was a skyrider.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and was he bashful?
She went around with a bashful skyrider.
Yes, every day he used to fly behind a cloud and write, Bessie, I love you.
That must have been in Florida. Of course, in California, they don't have any clouds, it says here.
So, you had a nice time, huh?
Oh, did we? And, George, wasn't Captain Gearing a wonderful host? Wasn't Commander Wood charming?
They certainly were.
Oh, and what about that tall, handsome officer who took me riding?
Oh, you mean the one with all the gold braid on the sleeve?
Yes, I wish he didn't have all that gold braid on his sleeve, though.
Why not?
Well, it kept scratching the back of my neck, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. Oh, by the way, Gracie, I saw you dance with him. He certainly was a wonderful rumba dancer.
Oh, well, he should be. He's a rear admiral.
Yeah, he probably knew his way around the equator. That's all I got. Would you make it a long laugh?
Say, wait a minute. George, I just noticed something. Where did you get that black eye?
Oh, darn it, the powder must have worn off. But if I told you how I got it, you wouldn't believe it anyway.
Well, I don't know. I believed you when you told it to me. I think it's perfectly possible to be eating a grapefruit and have the cherry hit you in the eye.
But you really should have been with us at San Diego.
Boy, what a shiner. Say, George, I just made up a riddle. Now, what's the difference between a black eye, a rowboat, and a can of Spam?
I give up.
Well, Spam is pure pork meat with ham meat added.
Well, what about the rowboat and the black eye?
Who cares?
You know, Bud, after that, I'm really glad.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Artie.
Hello, George.
Hello, Artie.
I heard your show from San Diego, and where'd you get that black eye?
Oh, well, he got it from a cherry and a grapefruit.
Oh, never mind, Gracie. Artie, is my eye that swollen?
Put a bumper on it, brother, and you got a streamlined Buick.
Don't be so funny.
And his top comes off, too.
All right. So I wear a coupe.
Señor Burns, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo les fue allá en San Diego? Me dijeron que estaba muy bonito allá el asunto de la...
What is it, Señor Lee?
¡Qué barbaridad! ¡Qué ojo! Where did you get that black eye?
Look, forget my black eye. We're talking about the Navy.
I used to be a sailor on the battleship Mississippi.
It's not Mississippi. It's Mississippi.
She got married?
Yeah, to a tall fella. She got married. You were a sailor on the Mississippi?
Yes, the Mississippi. M-I-Ping, S-S-I-Ping, P-P-I.
Just a minute. What are the pings for?
I'm dotting the I's.
Nobody dots the I's.
Somebody dotted yours.
Look, if you don't sit down, somebody will dot yours.
Well, that's that.
Look, will you stop with my black eye? We've had enough of that. Gracie, what were we talking about?
Oh, we were talking about the Navy.
Oh, yes. And the most thrilling sight was doing a broadcast before 5,000 sailors.
10,000.
5,000.
Oh, you only saw it through one eye.
Look, you're all making such a fuss about my eye, and it's hardly noticeable. So, Gracie, will you please stop?
Oh, the Navy.
Yes,
the
let's
Navy.
get back to the Navy.
Yeah, all right. You know, the most thrilling thing I saw in San Diego were the trained termites that a sailor brought back from Singapore. And they were the cutest things...
termites?
Yes, he keeps them in the Frigidaire. And they were
in a Frigidaire?
Yes, and you should have seen that.
How does he keep them from freezing?
Well, he's got pants on his hands.
Well, they probably look very dapper. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes. Well, that's the last straw.
Well, George, how'd it happen anyway?
Well, you see, he was eating grapefruit, and he was hit in the eye by a little squirt.
Oh, never mind. I'll tell you how it happened. I was sitting in a restaurant in Tijuana eating a donut, and a man next to me was eating some soup. And a Mexican jumping bean jumped out of his plate, hit the wall, bounced off the ceiling, went through the hole in the donut, and hit me in the eye. That's how I got a black eye.
That's possible.
It is?
George.
What is it, Gracie?
That's the second biggest lie I ever heard in my life.
What's the first biggest lie?
The one I made up about the termites.
Oh, they weren't wearing pants.
No, slacks.
Slacks. That was Artie Shaw. Mercy, what are you laughing about?
Oh, I'm thinking about San Diego. I had a wonderful time. You remember that handsome lieutenant?
You mean the tall one?
Yes. Oh, was he embarrassed? I kissed him in front of all his men.
Who put you up to it?
Nobody. I stood on a chair.
Mercy, you violated one of the rigid rules of discipline. You know the Navy builds men.
They do? I wish they'd build me one.
Well, anyway, that was Artie Shaw, his clarinet, and his boys playing yesterday from Roberta. And that was a beautiful number, Artie. How do you get the boys to do such a good job?
Well, George, before we started, I told the boys, if you play the number real well and hit all the notes real pretty, I'll get Uncle George to tell you the story about the black eye and the Mexican jumping bean.
Look, I've stood all I'm going to stand. And come in.
Good evening. I'm looking for George Burns.
Oh, there's George Burns.
He's a comedian, no?
No.
I'm George Burns.
I just drove in from Mexico.
Mexico?
Si, that is correct pronunciation. Mexico.
Oh, what kind of gasoline did you use? Tejo?
What do you want to see me about, mister?
Well, senor, I am from the Mexican Chamber of Commerce in Tijuana, and I'm so sorry to have missed you and you and there last Tuesday.
Qué barbaridad que chistoso.
Senor Lee, what are you laughing at?
Don't he speak funny?
Oh,
Quiet.
Next week, Senor Burns, we are having the winter fiesta in Tijuana. We'd like to have you and Miss Allen come down there and be our guest of honor.
Me go back to Tijuana after what happened last Tuesday? Not a chance.
Well, George, you can't blame him for that. It was your fault.
My fault?
Yeah.
It was your fault.
No, it was your fault.
It was your fault. You knew we only had 1 hour to spend in Tijuana before we got back to San Diego.
Oh, it was your fault.
Oh, it was your fault.
No, it was yours.
Going into a gift shop and getting that sales lady to sell you everything in the place. That's the silliest thing.
So, senorita, you will buy this Mexican perfume?
Yes, I'll buy it.
Will you take it with you?
No, I'll smell it here.
Gracie, the border closes in 7 minutes.
Miss, how much is this plate?
It was originally $2, but we are selling it for 25 cents because it is cracked.
Oh, well, that's very cheap. You may crack me 11 more, please.
Hey, George, where's Senor Lee?
I don't know, and the border closes in 6 minutes.
Miss, have you got anything for my little nephew?
Well, maybe you would like a cute little pig bank.
No, he doesn't say pigs. He says pennies.
Hello? Who? She is here. Senor Burns is for you.
For me? Hello?
Senor Burns?
Senor Lee, where are you?
I'm having a wonderful time. There are 3,000 beautiful senoritas here in Tijuana.
Senor Lee, what are you up to?
2,834.
Well, this is fine, and we've only got 4 minutes before the border closes.
Hey, George, look. Bud's having an argument with the manager.
Where?
Over there, listen.
Oh, yeah? Is that so? You can't talk that way to me just because I'm a tourist. One more word out of you, and I'll give you what's good for you.
See what is good for me.
Spam! It's delicious pork shoulder with ham meat added.
Now, boys. We've only got 2 minutes, and we got to get across the border.
Miss, I'll take a pair of these Mexican socks for my granddaddy.
Si, senorita. That will be 78 cents.
78 cents?
Si, 75 for the socks and 3 cents for the tax.
Oh, well, I won't need any tax. He holds them up with his garters.
Look, Gracie, we've only got 1 minute before the border closes. We've got to get across.
Hello? He is here. Senor Burns, you are wanted on the telephone.
Thanks. Hello?
Senor Burns? I am hugging and kissing a beautiful girl, but I will be through in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? What about the border?
Oh, he can kiss her after I'm gone.
Look, we've only got a half a minute.
Miss, I'll take the small bottle. No, I'll take the large bottle. No, never mind. How much are those pianos?
The pianos?
Now, don't get excited, Senor Burns. The border just closed.
The border is closed. Gracie, now we'll have to stay in Mexico.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Now I'll be able to spend a moonlight night in Mexico. Oh, just imagine one of those tall, handsome sombreros wearing a hacienda, playing his tortilla under a balcony of my enchilada.
You got me this way, say, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You got me this way, crazy for you. I've got you under my skin. You kissed me one day, then seeing that I was true about it. What did you go and do about it? You left me this way, bluer than blue. You thought it was so funny, my falling so hard. I'm laughing my sides off, honey. You're really a card. You've got me this way, say. Now that I'm in a stew about it, what am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna stay crazy for you.
How you give me the runaround, and still I follow you all around. You brush me, give me the well-known fluff, I take it, and all of your other guff.
Oh, why did you ever begin it? You knew there'd be nothing in it. You got me this way. Now I'm in a stew about it. What am I gonna do about it? What am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna stay crazy for you. I'll never let you get away. Now that you got me this way.
Now, George, just leave it to me. I'll get you across the border in my car. Just get under the seat there.
Okay, bud. And good luck.
Here we go.
Hey there, halt for inspection.
Now, what have you
got under the back seat of that car?
Well, it's a case of Spam. That's it, Spam.
Spam?
Yes, Spam. And never in your life have you tasted anything so delicious. Such juicy, tender meat. Why, all over America, women are serving this grand-tasting meat in many different ways. You'll find several easy recipes right on the label, and cold or hot, it hits the spot.
Well, that's different.
And do you know why Spam is different? Because it was originated by Hormel. You see, Spam is a combination of pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy, and now get this, Captain, the ham it takes to give Spam extra goodness and flavor. A perfect blend of those two choice cuts, nothing else. That's why Spam tastes so good, fried for breakfast, why it makes a hit served cold, and why Spam baked gives your family a grand main course for dinner. Now, so you won't be fooled and can always be sure of getting the real thing, look for this sentence printed right on the label of the Spam can. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. You try Spam tomorrow.
Okay, buddy, you can pass.
Thanks.
Just a minute. I am the official of the Mexican border. You cannot leave this country.
Well, why not?
If Spam is that good, we keep it right here in Mexico.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Look, we've got to get across the border. We've got a broadcast to do in San Diego.
Well, why don't you get in touch with the American ambassador?
Oh, he's in Mexico City.
What about the consuls?
Oh, George had those removed when he was a baby.
Gracie, try to be sensible. This is important. Will you get hold of yourself?
Well, I can't. I'm ticklish.
Look, Artie, Bud, can't you think of something?
Wait a minute, George. I think I've got an idea. Bud and I can start a fight, and while the border official's watching us, you and Gracie can sneak across in the dark.
Yeah. Say, that's a swell idea. Go ahead, boys.
All right. Well, I'll punch you in the nose.
Oh, I'll punch you in the nose.
Yeah, I'd like to see you cross that line.
Gracie, just follow me.
Yeah, I'll follow you.
Boy, it's dark. Give me your hand. Okay, I've got it. I think we're across the border.
Are we really?
Yes. Who are you?
The border official. Get back.
Oh. Well, come on, Gracie.
There's nobody here.
Well, nobody here. Then whose fingers am I holding? It's a cow. Well, I beg your pardon. Gracie, where are you?
Right here.
Where were you?
I was with you.
With me? You weren't with me.
No. Here, have a glass of milk.
Gracie, where did you get the milk?
Well, I put my hand under the cow's crack case, and when nobody was looking...
Never mind. Wait a minute. I know how to get across. I'll sneak through the brush. Now, quiet, everybody.
What's that going through the brush? What's going on there? Take some bicarbonate, Burns, and get back.
It didn't work again.
Don't be silly, Artie. There's no other way. There's at least 10 different ways.
Well, I can't think of any other way.
Now, listen, Bud, I've tried 3 ways. What are the other ways?
Well, you can fry it with eggs. You can try it with chili sauce.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. Try it with chili sauce. Look, Bud, there are other things in the world besides Spam.
Traitor.
Well, what am I going to do? Time is flying.
Well, George, why don't you put on these moccasins that I bought in the gift shop so that you won't make any noise, and then you can get across?
Oh, well, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Well, if Burbank could cross an onion with a potato, you ought to be able to cross the border with a pair of moccasins.
Well, all you do is talk until nobody knows what's happening.
Say, you just hit on an idea.
What idea?
Now, I'll go over to the border official and talk so much that he won't know what he's doing. And so it's dark, and then you'll be able to sneak across.
Say, that's a good idea. But he might see me.
No, he won't. When I see he's interested in this conversation, I'll whistle like this.
Wait a minute,
and you can...
a minute. Did that whistle come out of you?
Yeah.
Let's hear that again. Oh, say it.
And then you can jump in the brook over there and swim to the American side.
Well, anything. I'll try anything.
Okay. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Official.
Yes? What is it, miss?
Hello.
Hello?
Say, you're pretty. What's your name?
Bill Murray. What's your name?
Oh, Grace Costello Allen.
Oh.
What were you named after?
After I was born.
Yeah, that's pretty cute.
Oh, so am I. How do you like your job?
Oh, it's all right, but sometimes it gets pretty hot here. Yesterday was 120 in the shade.
120 in the shade. Not yet, George.
This is a fine time to tell me.
Mr. Murray, are you married or do you live in Hollywood?
I've got a wife and 2 girls.
Oh, does your wife know about it?
No, they're my daughters. You see, I've got 11 mouths to feed.
Really? I thought the bottom 6 were wrinkled.
Oh. No, I mean, I'm the father of 11 children.
11 children? Not yet, George.
Not yet. There must be an easier way to get across the border.
So, you're the father of 11 children. Does this border work take up all your time?
No, I have a little fun on the side.
Ah. Which side, the American side or the Mexican side?
Both sides.
Both sides.
Gracie, stop whistling and come over here. Look, I'm soaking wet. I wouldn't jump in that water again if you paid me $1 million. All you do is stand there and go... I did it again.
Look, George, give me your hand.
Come on. Okay, then.
I got an idea now. Here, throw this blanket over you. Now, you just go over to that house over there. It's all dark. Now, the front of it is in Mexico, and the back of it is in the United States. All you have to do is go through it, and you'll be over the border.
Well, this is my last chance. I'll try it. Oh, boy. Look at me. I'm wringing wet. Well, guess there's nobody home. See, the door is unlocked. Say, it's dark in here. Oh, just look. Phone has to ring. Oh, boy. Better answer it before somebody hears me. Ouch! Oh, darn it, I hit my eye. Boy, will I have a shiner in the morning. Hello.
George, this is Gracie.
Gracie! What do you want? Well, this must be the light switch here.
Oh, who are you?
Oh, pardon me. I didn't know there was anybody home. You see, miss, I got to get across the border to do a broadcast. I'm George Burns.
George Burns of the movies and the radio?
That's right.
Oh, come over here. Sit down.
Oh. No, I'm sorry, miss. I've got to go.
Oh, you do not have to go now. Come here and kiss me.
Oh, no. I've got to... Oh.
See, mister, that's what happened in your country. Of course, that's only half of my story, but I finally got over the border and we did our broadcast.
You know, senor, that is very interesting. Now you must come back to Tijuana to our festa. And you'll meet that beautiful senorita again.
Oh, yeah, let's go back, George. Oh, imagine once again sitting under a shady tamale listening to another pastor play La Paloma on his avocado.
Look. Gracie, please.
George, I don't believe you got the black eye that way, and I don't believe you ever met a senorita.
Yeah? Well, here, look. She gave me her picture.
Caramba, that is a very beautiful girl.
Yes, and it was worth the black eye to make love to a girl like that.
Senor Burns, I would say it was worth 2 black eyes.
2 black eyes?
See, I'm her husband.
Oh!
At some time or another, all of us have tried to work crossword puzzles. Well, here's a 4-letter word for a delicious meat that's different. The word is S-P-A-M, Spam. Thousands of families now use it regularly because Spam has a meaty taste, a finer flavor that satisfies the family served cold or hot. If you haven't yet tried Spam, now's the time. You're really missing something. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow. But be sure to insist on Spam. Then try the easy recipes on the label and discover the modern way to serve delicious meat that's grand to eat, economical to use.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. Say, George, when you were in Mexico and you wanted to get over the line, why didn't you make out you were a bear?
Make out what kind of a bear?
A Chicago bear. They got over the line 11 times yesterday.
They did, huh? Well, good night.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for the Hormel Company, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.